Alrighty, hello everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to some more Factorio. Greetings, Ninja, how you doing? It's been a while. Feels like it was just yesterday that we were last speaking. Alrighty. Today is going to be an interesting day. So I've put the brakes on Fulgora for a little bit because there's a whole bunch of stuff we still need to get on with, but I realized there's one crucial machine that we need, and that is, if I can find it, and that is the salvager. Now this thing compared to a recycler is quite interesting. The recycler has a crafting speed of 0.5 and it has 4 module slots, and that's kind of it. That's all it really does. Then we have a steam recycler, which is even faster. Actually, this is a new addition. This is even faster. Has 5 module slots. And then there's the salvager, which has 1 crafting speed. But look, it has a base quality of 10%. And and it has 5 module slots. And that's going to be incredibly useful on our journey to scrap recycling here to try and get ourselves some high quality components. Yeah, this is completely this is botched itself. I gotta rebuild all this. But I figured, why rebuild it now with the lesser recyclers when we could go and get ourselves some better recyclers? So that's my plan. Let me just squeeze through this portal here. That's my plan. So, to do this, we need to follow a little bit of a recipe chain. And the recipe chain looks a little something like this. It is absolutely huge. We need access to a new planet that has been added, which is out over here, again, blocking off Aquilo from Narvis. There's a whole bunch of other things going on as well, but if we just take a look at the bare minimum we have to do, we need... Where is it? In particular, we need access to thermodynamic science packs. We also need access to all of these science packs. So there's a high pressure science pack, there's an exploration science pack, there's a nuclear science pack, cryogenics, which we already have, cryochemicals, thermodynamics, and galvanization, and they come from all these different planets. That's going to be quite a trip. And along the way, though, we do have a lot of things that we can unlock. For example, there's silica processing, which gives us access to simulating units, and thus Automation 4. Automation 4 gives us a fancy new assembly machine, which has a crafting speed of 1.75 and 5 module slots. The Matrix, yeah. We also get access to new transport belts along the way, which is going to be exciting. And a bunch of other stuff. This is going to be a huge journey though, so... Where do we get started? I think we should get started with exploring what some of the planets we already have access to. For example, Exolith. I've been wanting to check out what this planet is. It's been kind of interesting me for a little bit. And then there's Maluna. I think that's probably going to be one of the easiest ones to check out. So I've got my stuff on me. I'm going to pop up. Hang on. Do I have... No, Electric Boogaloo needs to come back home. I'm going to send that home. I don't know if I need to be arming up. I probably do. Maybe I'll just bring some more uranium rounds. Yeah, and then Fulgora is going to be a whole thing. I think it's going to be a whole ordeal. And I need some more circuits in here. Yeah, how you all doing? Has everybody been okay since the last stream? Hope you all have been. I got red circuits somewhere in here. Yep, there we go. I'm gonna drop these over here and make some arc furnaces. I feel like they're going to be useful. Ooh, we got an epic one. That's going to be useful. That's definitely going to be handy. And an uncommon, that's good. Anything else I need from here? Oh, big accumulators. Yep, that'll be good. Assault rifle. I'm already carrying an assault rifle. And we need more tungsten carbide. Okay, well that's fine. Has Electric Boogaloo arrived home? Almost. On the 1,000 kilometers to go. Okay, Electric Boogaloo is home. Let's jump up. I have no idea what to expect from these new planets. All I know is one of them has a lot of alien tech on it. Another one has... Oh, another one's a ring. I don't know what that's going to be. We've already been to Ceres. That was kind of interesting. I think Arig is like a desert planet. A new flavor of death. Yeah, we've got a crystal planet here. And I think that's a tropical ocean planet, which could be fun. I like tropics. And then we've got Crucible here, which I think is all about like really dense gravity and crushing and stuff. And then we got a gas giant, another frozen planet. Aquillo's a frozen planet, and I think that's another frozen dead planet. Everything's dead. Everything's death. As you say, a new flavor of death indeed. All right, here we go. Let's pop over to... I need to add this as a new station. Exilith. With a new condition. This will be a circuit condition. Let's just say... stone brick, because we may or may not be bricking ourselves. There we go. Let's go. First trip to Hexalith. Hopefully this doesn't end in disaster. I was looking at the trips, and there's quite a lot of little rocks on the way to Falgora, which is fine. And then there's this trip here, which, again, is nice and easy, so that's nothing to worry about. But I noticed this thing. I noticed this thing sitting outside here. And if we have a look, that is metallic asteroids. These are asteroids that we get bombarded with. And if we take a look at one of these trips, yeah, so if you sit there at the edge, there's 100 asteroids per minute that just constantly bombard your ship. That's going to be kind of interesting. It'd be a good spot for metallic chunks, but not exactly sure if that's what we need. And then there's a few other things as well. Is this us? Yep, this is us. But there's so many cool things that we can check out. There's a new tier of belt that's been added, thanks to another mod I've added. So we now have the crystalline transport belt, which again requires the previous belt, which requires the previous belt, and so forth. That travels at a speed of 180 per second. Absolutely bonkers. Like, considering that we're currently at 60, so that's 3 times as fast as what we currently have access to in the game. That is ridiculous. That is crazy. And then there's just a whole bunch of other things as well. There's apparently some spaceships in here that I don't know if I'm going to use. We have some new machines as well. We have the manufactory, which that is a lot of items. Is this thing even good? Crafting speed 2. Okay, it goes up to 11. Productivity 25%, that's pretty good. 6 module slots, that's also pretty good. Where does it leave us with, though? Okay, so we can craft all of these things. Interesting. Craft some high-level stuff. It can't craft everything. It can craft itself, so there's that. What is that? A gold railgun turret. How is a gold railgun turret compared to a normal railgun turret? Range of 30, minimum range 1.5, shooting speed 0.5. So it has less range, but it shoots faster. Okay, That's kind of interesting, I guess. Alright, here we are, here we are. Coming up on a new planet. Yeah, ooh. This thing looks pretty. Okay. I have no idea what to expect from this, but let's just hope. Dropping down. Oh my goodness. What the heck? That was a fast animation. And we're here. Whoa. Whoa, what is... Okay, hang on. So we just got Fulgora stuff on here. Oh. 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 Oh no. Oh no 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 no. What the heck? No 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 no. Wait 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 wait. This is not good. Wait, the whole planet's just covered. We got scrap everywhere. We got uranium. We got lots of lag because it's generating the world. What is this? What is this? It's just a biter world. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Holy. Okay, this is... Wow. It just keeps going. Are there any ores on this planet other than uranium? Or is it just scrap? If it's just scrap, then that's okay. I suppose. This could become a new... Actually, ooh! Yeah, it's Fulgora 2. This might actually work better in our favor than Fulgora. Okay. Okay, I'm getting some ideas. And some high kill counts too. You can see I'm just drawing a line through the enemies with my lasers. Wait, this is awesome. So this is just Fulgora 2, but with the added benefit of having uranium ore. Wait. 3.9 G scrap. This is the G size deposits I was looking for. Oh my goodness. Okay, then we got a few millions out here. It's kind of small. Wait, that's awesome. Okay, that's really cool. However, I don't think there's any new important tech here on this planet, so I'm going to load back up onto the platform. And we gotta keep heading on our way to another planet, I think, because Hexalith seems to just be biters, and biters and scrap and uranium, which is really good. So it's a Fulgora 2 because it has scrap, but it also has uranium, so power's no problem. But then it also has no oil islands. Well, that actually means no oil either, but that's fine, that's fine. We don't need that. Actually, oil might be an issue to get there, but that's okay. Okay, that's really cool. I might head back there later. Okay, next planet. What else have we got? Arig. I don't think I want to go to Arig yet. Let's go to Maluna. So if we add... Actually, let's reorder these. Shattered Planet definitely goes on the bottom, and we're never going to be able to make it there with the ship. In its current state anyway. Hexalith was pretty cool. Fulgora definitely comes up. Okay, new planet. Add station. Maluna. We need to head to Maluna. That is going to be the next thing, I think, because that's where the tech is. That's where all the tech lies. Oh, I'll just put a lab symbol there, greater than 50. Cool. Let's go. First trip to Maluna. That was pretty cool. So that planet might actually... now I'm thinking, do we even want to... Oh. God dang it. I gotta get rid of this portal gun. This is not good. Yeah, now I'm thinking, do we just get rid of Fulgora, or do we just forget about Fulgora and head to Hexalith instead? Because that was awesome. Migrate everything off Gleba. Yeah, pretty much. Gleba is pretty much not doing anything. It's still making some stuff. Actually, no, it's not. It's completely spoilage, but that's fine. I need to repurpose Gleba. Wow, yeah, we don't have any seeds. Gleba is completely dead. I do need to repurpose Gleba because one very important, crucial ingredient that we now need from Gleba is... Where is it? The slipstack mucus, which is grown from slipstack stalks, which grow only on Gleba. So... that's what we still need Gleba for. Repurpose it into garbage. Yeah, pretty much. Also, Tillin, welcome back to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been well. Yeah, we need to grow this stuff, and this stuff only grows on Gleba, but it's important because it gives us slipstack mucus, which needs carbon fiber and steam. I'll be getting carbon fiber and steam. Well, steam's easy. Steam's just water, but I'll be getting carbon fiber from, what do you call it? Narvis. I'll be getting carbon fiber from Narvis now because of the greenhouses we have. We can grow the Gleba fruits in greenhouses. What the hell is slipstacks? Well, slipstacks are actually already in the game. They've been in the game since the beginning. They're these things. But one of these mods just actually turns them into a usable resource. And they're very important because they're used in this mucus stuff, which is then used to make... where is it? Lithium deuteride. And this becomes incredibly important because it forms as the backbone of everything that we need to make post Aquilo. For example, the quantum processors now need them. These things now need them. Fusion cells now need them, although fusion cells I might be able to get rid of in the near future. And plutonium atomic artillery shells need them, as well as nukes. So that's a whole thing we definitely need. We also need them on the way towards particle accelerator, and thus the particle physics pack, which we're going to need to get access to a whole bunch of things like the Asteroid Collector Mark II, the Cryolabs, just everything. Everything moving forward. This big guy. the one with the heart and the liver and the lungs and things. That we need that. That's going to be very important. Promethium transport belts. Need everything. Why do you need everything? Okay, whatever. There is a ton of stuff here. But anyway, until we have that stuff, we just gotta soldier on. So here we go. Let's launch ourselves. Oh, this guy's still traveling. Okay. I need there to be a mod for teleportation logistics. There probably is, to be honest. I've just not looked. I think this thing could do it. The transport ring platform teleports everything inside the rings, although I'm not exactly sure if you can build over it. Oh wait, you can. Hang on. No. I just went under it. Okay, whatever. Let's get back to Electric Boogaloo. We're going to be making a considerably shorter trip this time. And this shorter trip is just going to be 1,000 kilometers to the moon. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, this trip here, 1,000 kilometers. Actually, that's a pretty decent amount of rocks that we get. Maybe I should just have one of our ships going back and forth between that. Yeah. Wait a sec. Space Science Harvester. What if I change this, instead of Aquilo, to go to Maluna? and then just go back and forth. Yeah, Balluna, Narvis, Balluna, Narvis, Balluna, and then back to Narvis. Let's try that. See if this ship can survive that trip, because that might get us our space science back. Which is incredibly important. Alright, here we are. Let's go. Maluna! We're going to the moon! The moon mission is back on in Factorio. We just had it. We just had the Artemis crew go around the moon. Now here we are, going to our moon. Oh my goodness, look how fast it goes. Boom. Holy, that's a lot of rocks. That's awesome. Oh, hang on. What do you mean? What do you mean mine and an orsite chunk? Wait, are there other chunks here? If you lose anything, we're introducing them after the fact progression-wise. Seems like it'd be extremely easy. Yeah, it's a lot of planets. Not exactly. Like, most of these... I have curated the planet mods that I've added. And in particular... okay, there are some things that have been lost. Or not things that have been lost, but like some things I have unlocked a little bit earlier. Like the quantum processor got rebalanced. But most of the stuff that these new planet mods add is new tech. And there's a whole progression line that I still have to go through to unlock them. So not everything is lost. Well, nothing in particular is exactly lost, having done it after the fact. But it does mean that I do have to go through a whole new progression tree and stuff, which I haven't done in a long time since basically, well, I just did series, but I haven't really done this whole thing since I originally did Space Age a few months back. So I'm very rusty on this whole process. But anyway, here we are. So do we have new chunks here? I think we do. There might be a new chunk around here somewhere. I hope that's not going to be clogging up our networks. It should be fine though. Yeah, I don't see anything. Alright, anyway, let's drop down. Here we go. Whoa! Look at this! Whoa, what the heck? Oxide meteorite chunk. Wait. There's straight up oxide here? Oh, damn. Okay. Wait. Oh, so the asteroid chunks are now in the form of rocks you find on the ground. I see. I see. Alright, well, I guess we should get started. Wow, okay, this takes a really long time to mine. There's an oxide chunk. What's this new stuff here? Okay, there we go, we got a chunk. What do we do with the chunk? Oh wait, we can process these by hand now. Oh, that's sweet. My browser went and died. No! Maybe we're starting a new game progression-wise, and a lot of these mods play extremely well with other. Possibly. Your mind speed is really slow. You haven't recycled yourself a bunch. Yeah. I need to go and do that. Okay, so we got this anorthite chunk crushing. Alumina. The heck is alumina? Let's notice something weird with my OBS. Alright, What the heck? So you have to then crush this into crushed alumina. Okay, so I guess we're making aluminum. Oh, damn. Whoa. Whoa, this planet. Whoa. Okay. There's stuff here. Oh, hang on a minute. There's solar panels in here. Oh, is that how we get started? Wow, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, furnaces. More furnaces. Drills. Nice. What else have we got here? Power poles, furnaces. Okay, so we can get started with an automated setup. If I grab those I have all these items on me, but I'm just going to not use them. I'm going to pretend they're not on me. I forgot to dump them all. We got furnaces. Not sure what we're going to use them for yet. We got power poles. And where are those thingos? Where are those solar panels? There we go, solar panels. So I imagine there's probably going to be a daylight cycle. This is a really wonky setup for solar panels. Okay. What are my drills? There we go, there are the drills. And then I guess we just pick stuff up, right? Wait, they're not mining though. Am I supposed to put belt in? Yeah, okay, I guess I'm supposed to put belt in. So I guess I'm supposed to mine a bunch of metallic rocks. No, that's carbonic. I need metallic. I think I have to mine a bunch of metallic rocks, get the iron, and then use the iron to make transport belts and chests. Oh yeah, this mining speed is really slow. And what do we do with this? Crushed alumina. Oh, wait, you make petroleum through that? What the heck is going on? I don't know what's happening. I'm just gonna keep bashing rock. Oh wait, hang on. I could be getting copper out of this too. Gimme copper. Actually, this gives me a nice, easy method to get rid of the extra rocks we have in our random chest back on Narvis, so that's really handy. Okay, iron. Iron ore goes in there. Copper ore goes in here. Sweet. We just get a bunch of stuff there. Yep. Iron plates. Gimme. And then I imagine we can make a couple transport belts. Yay! We have transport belt. Nice. We'll probably make a few more as well. Okay, now what do we do with these? I suppose we now need to make crushers, right? How do we do crushers? Okay, we're not doing crushers. Oh my goodness, that is expensive. So what are we supposed? Let me get rid of this stuff. So, Maluna, Maluna, where are you? Nope, hang on. Ah, Maluna. So we unlock this. Lunar regolith digging. Oh, place a mining drill anywhere without nearby resources to begin digging for regolith. You can wait. You can bury crushed stone by either burying it in lunar with an inserter. Huh? Okay, hang on. If I grab one of these, and we just... What? Oh, that must be burying it into the ground. So these guys... Right, okay. Yep, this is it. This is important. There we go. And then we need an inserter. How do I get an inserter on this planet? There we go. That's how we make an inserter. And then we filter him for the moon dust. Where the heck is the moon dust in this thing? Nope, that's refined material thing is that. Series. Where's the dust? I suppose I could just use the Control F search. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Dust. No. What was it called? We got lunar regolith, that's important. Crushed aluminum, no. Crushed stone. We can just drop it onto the ground. That's interesting. Okay, so we need crushed stone. Oh, it goes there. It's for wait. For gravel. Okay, there's a lot of weird stuff going on here. What do we do with this stuff now? Lunar regolith. We crush it. Well, I guess I crush it. Hang on. Yes, I crush it. I'm good at crushing rocks, apparently. Okay, so now we have access to lunar regolith sorting. Yep. Oh, wait, that can give us uranium ore and stone. Ah, I know what they want us to use the stone for. Yep, okay, so we got to crush all of that, and then we can make stone furnaces. Just don't fall in love with one. But why would I want to make a stone furnace? I already have electric furnaces. We found them in these little pods around. What the heck? Tree seeds? Spoilage? Okay, the spoilage I understand. The seeds, not so much. Why do we have seeds here? You know, there's more... Fulgoran cargo pod container. Wait a minute, the Fulgorans were here. Yeah, that looks interesting. That looks useful. What? Chemical plants. Yes, I need those. Pipes, probably will need those. Quite a lot of pipes around. So we have this crushed stone here. Oh. Oh, that's cool. It's like gravel. Oh, wait, it is gravel. It's literally gravel. Okay, that's cool. I like this. I'm kind of liking this planet, actually. Where do we go from here? We could do a boiler using the stone furnaces. Okay, hang on. Boiler. Where did that land? The heck? Where did it go? No World of Tomorrow, the short films. Remind me of the clone that was alone and fell in love with the rock on the moon. No, I'm not familiar. Okay, obviously there's no water here. Boiler. Oh! Can't be built on this surface. The atmospheric oxygen is too low. Well, dang it. No! Okay, so what's next? Silicon processing. Oh no. Okay, so we turn those chunks into alumina and silicon. Uh-oh. Silicon processing finished. Okay. Telescope? No, what's the telescope? Wait. Oh, hang on, there's a few other things we've missed too. Aluminum processing. Aluminum cables, aluminum... Oh, so now we can use aluminum to do stuff. Right, okay, hang on. So if we grab all this and shove it into... Well, hang on, how do we crush this? Can I do the advanced crushing? Yes, I can. They can Discord. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'll take a look. Okay, so there we go. So we should be getting silicon ore, right? Yes. Do we chuck that in a furnace? Cannot be smelted. So we don't chuck it in a furnace. What do we do with it? Chat, what do I do with it? Silicon cell. Oh, okay, you're supposed to... Ooh. Ooh. You're supposed to mix it with electronic circuits. That makes you a silicon cell. And then you make solar panels from that. You can make telescopes. But how do you make electric engine units on this planet? Carbon lubricated electric engine units. Oh no. Okay, I see where this is going. Everything needs to come out of these rocks. Do I have any more drills anywhere? I'll probably just pick these up. I need chests. Okay, so we use steel, we get chests. We dump this in the rocks. Nice. I need to get my hands on some sort of crusher that... Yeah, okay, hang on. Electric engine units, we can do that. But that has to be done in an assembling machine. How do we do an assembly machine? Iron plates, iron gear wheels, electronic circuits. Okay, electronic circuits are the most important thing we need right now. Which we need more copper for. Okay, so I need to mine more of this stuff. And get some more power cables across. There we go. Crush, crush, crush. How do you think the engineer is crushing these rocks? Is it done in the suit? I imagine it would have to be done in a suit. No, he crushes them with his thighs. I bet that's what he does. All this running around the factory, he's got to have thunder thighs to be able to handle this. Okay, copper ore goes in there. Between the thighs, yep. Copper plates, iron plates. Oof. Now, we do have these alumina things. Can we smelt that? We can, and it's unlocking a thing. Okay, so that's probably how you're supposed to be able to get aluminum cables. Yes, okay, so you're supposed to have, you're not supposed to have access to the advanced rock processing yet. That makes sense. Okay, so we have to do that. Oh, steel plates and plastic bars. That's what these are here for. Plastic bars, steel plates. Oh, we have engines. We have carbon fiber. Why do we have that? Solar panels, plastic. More drills. I'll take that. Uh-oh. Okay, that's fine. Plastic. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. Let me turn my night vision off. I kind of want to see what it's like at night. Well, that's kind of cool. Got a nice amount of deposits around. This is a nice planet actually. Moon thing. I'm quite liking this. Much better than Ceres. Got those pipes. Okay, can we make circuits now? Yes, we can. That's gonna come down. Sweet. That's gonna take a little while to happen. What's next? So, oh, steam crushers. We need that. We need a vacuum boiler. You get a vacuum boiler. Okay, we've unlocked it. How do we make that? Vacuum boiler. Boilers, pipes, steel plates. I think we need that. And we've run out of power. We have run out of power. Do I at least have more rocks to shove in here? Yes, I do. Oh, 250 is pretty good. 120. Cool that we can fit 250 ores in here now. That must be new. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so that's carbonic. I'm not exactly... Okay, let's cancel these. Try and get some of these circuits done. Vacuum boiler, here we go. I have no idea where I'm going to put it. Let's just chuck it there for now. Steam crushers, finished. So we now have access to the steam crusher, the steam stone furnace. I don't know why we need that. And the steel steam furnace. Why do we need that when there are literally electric furnaces available in pods? I guess if you just wanted to craft them and make more of them. 20 atmosphere. Advanced water boiling from atmosphere. Wait, hang on. What? Oxygen? Atmosphere? Okay. We need some sort of fuel for this thing. Carbon. Carbon's fuel. I have no idea if I'm going about this the right way or not. But okay, here we go. Carbon is fuel. Ice. And we need atmosphere. A mixture of gaseous oxygen and nitrogen. This fluid can be created for free inside a chemical plant on any planet with a gaseous atmosphere. What is a... I guess that wouldn't be this planet, right? Oh, hang on. Maybe. Maybe we can do it on this planet. Moon. It's not a planet. Oh, we can. There is an atmosphere here. Oh, and then we get carbon dioxide. Ah, that's fun. Make a storage tank. Try and deal with that. Okay, sweet. So that's working. That's... Why are you filling up with atmospheres? Why are you filling up with atmospheres? That's not good. Okay, I guess we need some pipes. What? I am a little bit confused. I will admit. Why is he putting atmospheres into here when he's got carbon dioxide? Okay, I guess I need more ice. Oh, wait, is it because he's... Ooh. What if we move this down here and empty this? No? Yes. Okay, there we go. It's now going... I think the problem was it was passing it through this pipe, which is going into there. Yeah, that makes sense. Now we have water. Now we just need another drill. And we need an inserter. Oh, no, that needs to be crushed. Ah, we don't have crushers yet. Or do we? We have crushers. Now I just need steam to be able to turn that into stuff. Can we do steam? Can we condense that from water? Yes, we can. Not sure if that's how we're supposed to do it. Maybe it's supposed to be done in a vacuum boiler. Yeah, I think you're supposed to do it through this thing. Okay. Let's try that. We need more boilers. We need more steel plates. Steel! Yeah, how's everybody doing? Everyone having a good time? Everybody doing well? There we go, we've got water in there. Atmosphere needs to come from somewhere. Pipes. Doing okay, you? I'm doing well. Always doing well when I'm streaming with you guys. That's the wrong pipes. There we go, that fills in, that fills in. Oh, so that also makes carbon dioxide. Right. There we go. Fill that up with fuel. Hey, there we go. Holy, okay, we just unlocked a whole bunch of things. Hang on. So we've got sealed greenhouses. So it's another form of greenhouse. I wonder what we can do with these. And then we also unlocked gas venting. Cultivation of wood in a chemical plant. Oh, that's cultivation. What is this? We made tree seeds, which we've done. One must vent excess gas to prevent a brownout. Right, so we're gonna have those problems. I see. Yeah, okay, so we need more steel plates, which we've got cooking here. Now that we have more sealed greenhouses, yeah, let's make a couple of those. We should now be able to make stuff. It's supposed to be terraforming the moon? Maybe. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, so what do we do with this? No, we can't place them anywhere. What do we do with these? We make a sealed greenhouse with wood in it, which needs trees. Wait, what? Can you make a tree? What? What? Oh. Oh, chemical plant. Wait. Don't ask me how this works, because I don't think it does. Carbon dioxide and water. What's the difference between these? We can do the same product. Wood processing. Yeah, it is. This is quite literally a wood planet. We could do like, these are just two different recipes that do the exact same thing. Why wouldn't I just do the cheaper one? Okay. We need tree seeds, carbon dioxide, and water. Where are we going to grab our water from? Probably here. If I grab water, carbon dioxide needs to enter in there. Water enters there. Eventually. We need to power that. And then we need tree seeds. Now, I've been seeing tree seeds everywhere on this planet, so we do have access to that. Then we just need more carbon dioxide. Which means we need more ice. I do not have the ice, but I can make the ice. Okay, here we go, here we go. This is filling up. Holy, we need 10,000 carbon dioxide. Okay. We do have steam. Steam needs... Ah, yes, steam needs to come out here, and then we need to make power with that. Or rather, steam is the power. So now we need our steam crushers, which needs engine units. We have them lying around here somewhere. Maybe. Here we go, here's some engine units. So we can make a steam crusher. Which then plugs into here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Let's cut this. Oh, nope, that's the wrong drill. So I should be able to just plug this directly in. And we crush that into ice. And that's a lot of ice. That is nice. Then we need to extract that. Oh, he's just venting it. No, 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 no. Stop that. Stop that. We need a tunnel. Okay, now you can deposit. And then we bring this across. And I need another inserter. Put that in there. Yeah, there we go. We've automated stuff. That's just going to take quite some time. Now what? What's next in the research stack? So we need to make a sealed greenhouse to be able to make wood in that reliably. Then there's this whole wood gasification process. Oh, goodness. The most important thing at the end of the day is access to those telescopes so we can get exploration science, because that's going to allow us to go a lot further than we need to. What's going on here? Why are you... Oh, hang on, filter. He needs to filter for ice. He's clogged up the belt with oxide chunks. There we go, he's picking up now. That's better. 2.6k is not good. Hang on, can we do a fast inserter? Yes, with electronic circuits. Let's do that. Let's speed them up. We need oxide asteroid chunks. Oh, so we can't do a direct insertion because that's going to get in the way unless... Yes. No, those are the wrong pipes. Okay, if I did a little system like this is going to be very scuffed. But if we filtered out the oxide chunks, pulled the oxide chunks out of this inserter from here into there, and then these guys then picked up items, or picked up their oxide chunk that might come out of this recipe here, and they did the hippity hoppity thing like we did on Volgora with the original scrap venting. That might work. I just need a couple more of these inserters. There we go. Now that will go in a loop. Yeah! Yes! Now we have ice. Heck yeah. Ah, but we have way too much steam. Okay, what are we gonna do with the steam? I guess we could store it. Can we barrel the steam? Oh, this guy's out of carbon. I probably need to be automating the carbon production. And we're out of power. Okay, so if I can automate carbon crushing, then we're in business. Give me some more steam crushers. Yeah, let's do a little bit of a different setup here. We're going to pick up the carbon rocks from there. Then we're going to do the hippity hoppity thing we have here again. And we're going to do a little bit of a circuit rig. It's going to crush carbon. Going to do a bit of a circuit rig here, where when these guys... Oh, hang on, I need to filter this. Filter it for carbonate. Okay, there we go. So when a carbon chunk ends up on this belt, they need to then... I need to read this up. Let's read this belt, connect it up to this guy. Hold. When anything is greater than 0, was equal to 0. Maybe. Wait, hang on. I need to get the carbon out of here. Fast inserter. Oh no, hang on. That's venting. Need a tunnel. Jump that across. Can't believe I'm using yellow tunnels again. Needs to just go across. We need to get the carbon into this guy, so I need long-handed inserters. I could actually. No, let's do it for the memes. Long-handed burner inserters. Yeah, let's try these. This guy is... No! We can't use burner inserters, the atmosphere is too low. Okay, never mind. I guess that makes sense. And then he gets that. And then we also need to bring carbon into here. Which we can spaghettify like this. That works, right, chat? That works. Scuffed, but it works. Okay. What's happened to the ice? Oh, okay. I haven't looked at this. Yes, sir. Sweet. What's going on here? Oh, hang on. The greater than? No, less than? Huh? Everything? Ah, yeah, okay. It's going to be everything. Got it, got it, got it. Nice. Now that's making us carbon, which is our fuel for these guys. They're going to be making us steam, which will power everything else. Okay, this is running. Wow. Wait. This takes 15 minutes to run. Oh no, that's gonna take forever. Okay, I might just chuck some speed modules in there to speed things up. That is very, very slow. Oh, what do we do in the meantime? It's annoying that looking in the tech tree actually doesn't pause the game. Oh, it pauses the game, rather. Okay, what is this? Crushed aluminum can be used to make rocket fuel. Crushed aluminum is just crushing aluminum plates. Okay, that's simple enough. I need another steam crusher, which means we need more engine units. How do I make engine units on this planet? We need an assembly machine. I can make an assembly machine, hang on. Okay. Engine units. Steel, gears, pipes. And I have more alumina in there as well. Here we go. Engine units. Yay! Then we need lots of steel. I'm gonna need a lot of metallic chunks. Yep, I'm gonna need a lot of these. Oh, okay, hang on, wait, we got our first oxygen. I need steel and iron plates. God dang it. Steel, iron plates, please. That goes in there. Okay, we don't need copper plates. That's not what we're supposed to be doing here. No, we're out of power. God damn it, solar. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Oh my goodness, yep, we need power. I need a crusher set up for this guy. Maybe I need to run a pipe. Notice that these can travel through each other. That is really convenient. Pipe. Not a legendary pipe. There we go. And then the crusher can probably go in here. Set them up to crush metallic rocks. And then... Oh, can I do a loader? I probably can if I get more plates. Which I can't do because we're out of power. Oh, power's a problem on this planet. And I imagine we can't use heating towers on this planet. No, it can't be built on this surface. So how are you supposed to generate power here? Can you do a nuclear reactor? Yes, you can. Okay. So we could ship uranium cells from Narvis up here. That could work. What else have we got? This advanced stone processing can turn stone into crushed stone for whatever reason you'd want to do that. Landfill from crushed stone. Okay, well, we can research that. Not sure what else we need for that, though. Hmm. So how do we get access to the exploration sciences? We already have it, so we need... Oh, goodness. Low density space platform foundation. Which requires aluminum plates, microcellular plastic bars. What the heck are these? Diffused plastic bar. Spoils into plastic bars. Oh, so you have... Wait, so it goes through stages? Right. So you have all these stages of diffused plastic bar, and then that ends... Oh god, this is scary. Wait, so how do you... So you get one plastic bar and carbon dioxide. Which spoils back into plastic bars. Okay, so carbon dioxide and plastic... Wait, how do you get plastic bars in the first place? Hang on a minute. Coal and petroleum gas. Nah, there's got to be another recipe. Cellulose and petroleum gas. How do you get petroleum gas up here? Oh, cellulose and crushed alumina. So yeah, wood industry becomes very important up here. Okay. Okay, I see you, game. I see you, game. Okay, there we go. So oxygen goes in there. We get trees. What do we do with trees? Yields 4 wood when used in a sealed greenhouse. Or we crush it into trees. And we get wood. I'm a little scared. I don't want to be using up all the seeds and then we have to go exploring to find more. I gotta make sure I get this right. There's just stuff everywhere. Okay, hang on, we got some wood. Actually, I'm carrying wood, so we might as well use that. We get another one of these things. Oh no, it's a crusher, isn't it? Yep, we crush the trees. Oh wait, hang on, we crush a tree and we get a small chance of getting a tree back. How do we make the seeds? Okay, it has to be done here, yes. So we turn wood through an assembly machine into tree seeds. 2 wood becomes 1 tree seed. How much do we get out of this? 1 tree becomes 4 wood, so we get 10 trees out of 10 seeds. We get 40 wood out of 10 seeds. 20 of those needs to turn into 10 seeds. Ah, this is a nice ratio. I like this. So then if we grab inserter. Like that. Inserter comes out. We get tree processing. Then the wood gets turned into seeds. Coconut palm. Oh, there's coconut palms. Oh, that must be from the tropical planet. That's cool. Wood. You turn into seeds. In wood processing. Just in any odd assembler. That's okay. That's a little upsetting. Here we go. Turn that into seeds. You can't do any productivity on that, unfortunately, which is sad. Sag. Here we go. That goes in. Tree seeds. And then I suppose that just has to come back out. Yep, that needs to come back out into a tunnel. Which then pops back into here. Yes! We have a loop. Just need to make those inserters. Oh, and he needs power. Okay. No, I'm out of power poles. Wait. Hang on. Are there any power poles out here? Autosave. Come on. Don't tell me I have to make some. Okay, I think I have to make some. Hang on. Can I yoink it? Nah, I can't. Yep, I'm gonna have to make some. Hopefully we can. Sweet. And then we're out of power. Oh, man. Okay, let's try this crushed aluminum. So I need another crusher. Chuck that there. I need to... Oh, I need more steel. Oh, jeez. Where's this going? Oh, it's not going. Hang on, I need a loader. I need steel. Give me that steel. There we are. Loader. If I can use a loader to pull out of this chest, and then I can use an inserter on the other half, the other side, I can then grab out of this chest, run into here, and then we can start crushing the iron ore automatically. Although I do need to do the little loop. The little hippity-hoppity loop. Okay, there's our loader. Except it needs power, of course. Is there any way I can... Yes! Yes, there we go. Okay, this needs to filter for those chunks. And then we can run a belt. Sorry, not a belt. We can run a circuit. Enable disable if the chunks is greater than 0. Yep. Wait, no, hang on. Less than 0. Huh? Why? Wait. There's no chunks on here. I'm confused. Anyway, we got iron ore. Sure. Okay, that works. I need to move one of these furnaces. I'm going to insert into there. Yes, and then we insert into a chest. Yeah. That's automated. Sweet. Then this guy just becomes my personal furnace for whatever I need to do at the time. How's this going? Very slowly. Okay, steam crusher. Can I make one now? No, I need more steel. There we go, there's steel. Need engine units, which needs gears. Should probably set up an assembler here first for the gears. There we go, that'll do. This guy, you're gonna make gears. And you're gonna insert back into here. Nice. I'll just set for 1 stack at them. Maybe 2 stacks. Sweet. We're making progress. We're doing a thing, chat. Okay, here we go. So I guess once we get off this planet and we can start shipping items around, we could maybe even build the Zen gardens, because these things are really cool. We have these big Zen gardens here, and you place them down and you can set them up to make... You can set them up to turn water into wood. And that's really cool because, well, they just look cool. Look at that. It's like a little bonsai garden in there. It's really cute. And then you just kind of set up a whole tree farm and everything. We could actually make this moon look really aesthetic. Which is exciting, because I like aesthetics. Nice, now add fish. I don't think we could... Oh. Wait, no, hang on. There might be a way. Excavate water channels using the power of liquid fuels. So we could build a diesel excavator to then excavate surfaces and then to dig stuff out, and then we get... That might work. It might be possible to add fish here. That is now the mission. Can we get fish on the moon? If there's a water table below the surface. I think we could actually exploit this thing. Oh, what if we dropped a nuke here? Could we get lava? Ooh, we have to try that. We have to see if we can get lava on the moon. Because then we don't need volcanoes anymore. Because I really like this moon because it's just so clean. It's like a nice clean slate. I like something about me. I really like clean slates. I don't know what it is. I just love doing it. I love clean slates. Starting fresh. Except I don't really want to start with a whole new fresh playthrough here because there's just so many hours I've put into this. Anyway, this seems to be looping now, which is good. Can't even put speed modules in this, which is upsetting. Okay, can I get any more crushed iron? Hang on, wait a minute. I have so many of these things I need to put in. Okay, what's next? We need to crush... Yes, that's right, we need to make a crusher. We need to crush this stuff. Hang on, the aluminum. Do I have any on me? Yeah, aluminum plates. We need to crush that. So we set this up to crush them, and this will go in. We have a small chance of getting aluminum plates. We just unlocked the propellant, which is used with crushed aluminum. Ice, aluminum, and water. Well, that's mostly just 2 ingredients, right? This is full, which is really good. So what I can do is pipe this across. There we go. And then we can grab the... Oh, geez. Okay, we need another hippity hoppity. We need another one of these things. This is going to do aluminum plates, so I need to filter this for the aluminum plates. There we go. And then the crushed aluminum needs to instead go down to the next machine. Was that done in a particular machine? Hang on. It was done in just an assembler. Okay, we can do that. Assembly machines. Oh, and we probably need these as well. Oh, plastic bar. Yeah, that's right. We need plastic bars. That's annoying. What am I looking for? Landfill from crushed stone would probably be useful later. I need the rocket fuel, but I can't see the rocket fuel in here. Why is that? Oh, because it needs a level 2 assembly machine. Gotcha. So then we put this in here. Now, yeah, there we go. Now we can do it. We need water and ice. So the water comes in through here. There we go. Chuck you down there. We need more power poles. Ice. We need ice. How much ice do I have access to here? None. Why do I not have ice? Oh, we do have ice. Okay, hang on. Make some adjustments to this. Tunnel. Why do I just have one? That's annoying. How did I end up with just one tunnel piece and not 2? Insert it. We gotta get the ice across. And I'm out of iron. I need to somehow get the ice all the way over there. I'm gonna need a bigger tunnel for this. Oh, I need 97 iron plates for that. Okay, it's time to start crushing. Time to start crushing. I don't know when, I don't know if I'm, yeah, okay, hang on. Chat, here's a debate, right? Do I want to come back, like, okay, once I get a rocket off of Maluna, do we straight away go, those guys, yeah. Do we straight away go to trying to upgrade the Empire on Maluna? Or do we then move to the next planet? Because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9, no, 8. We got 8 planets to get through. No, 9 planets. We got 9 planets to get through. Should we just move on after this one? Because this one's cool. This one's definitely going to probably be a this one's definitely going to be a good base of operations, I think, for some sort of production facility. Oh, we need the telescopes. I keep forgetting the telescopes are the big thing. Where even are the telescopes? Here we are. Telescope. Pane. Telescope combinate. What the heck? I'm a bit scared about that. Okay, but we let's get those. There we go, if we can get a big tunnel now. And then that's ice, and then we can do a loader. Nice, simple loader. Goes straight into there. Sweet, that's going to be making the rocket fuel. I don't know what to do then. I think we need to get that rocket silo going. But that means we need processing units. How the heck do we do processing units? Here we go. This is going to fill that. Nice. There we go. Ice, crushed aluminum, rocket fuel. Okay, what's next? That unlocks crusher. Oh wait, that unlocks space science. Really, space science up here can be built with a steam crusher. Okay. Uh, what else? Yeah, okay, we need that gasification process next. That gets us access to petroleum. And petroleum and water then gets us access to sulfur. Yep, that's going to be important. We need need... Oh, we need to mine a big lunar rock. Is that all we have to do? It's huge. No, we don't want huge. Or do we? Nope, we don't want huge. We want big. We want the smaller one. Which might actually be a difficult thing. Wait. Wait. No, wait. You can't... What? Game, you can't do this to us. Big lunar rock. Okay, here we go. I was just gonna say, like, they can't have made it so rare that you can't actually find them. There we go. So we got a big one. Now we can do cellulose. What the heck is cellulose? Wait, wood and sulfuric acid makes cellulose. No. No, there has to be another. Oh, so you get the sulfur. Right, okay. Yep. I get it. I see you, game. We have to get access to... We have to make sulfuric acid first. I should probably be doing this closer over here. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let's move this. Let's move this here. Jump that across. Okay, there we go. So we get water, sulfur, iron plates. Sulfur we have. So you get some emergency sulfur from smashing these rocks. That's how you get started. And then you take the sulfur, chuck it in here. We get the sulfuric acid, which I'm gonna shove into a tank. And then with the sulfuric acid, you can then make other things. In particular, we need to make cellulose, which needs wood and sulfuric acid. Oh, and we're full of oxygen. Okay, what can we do with oxygen? You can turn it into carbon dioxide in a vacuum boiler. You can boil water. You can generate heat in a vacuum heating tower. Oh, that's how you get power. But then what do you do with a vacuum heating tower? We can unlock... No, we can't, but we can add that to the pile. We need that. That gets you a vacuum heating tower, and then I guess you would... Is that just to vent items, or is that for making power? I'm not exactly sure. I think it's just for venting items. Because I don't think you can do heat pipes. I don't think you can do nuclear. Can you do heat exchangers? Yeah, you can. Can you do turbines? You can. Okay, hang on. Wait, we can do this. Okay. Oh, that's something I need to check as well. Is my power plant going to be foiled? Mixed oxide reactor generates heat. Yeah, so that generates heat, not power. 880. What's a maximum tier turbine? 32. That's terrible. Condenser turbine. What does this do? Okay, that's better. Generates cooled steam. What is cooled steam? You turn it into water and then you turn that back. Oh, okay. This is getting intense. We're gonna have a very intense power solution happening soon. I guess it's exciting. Okay, we got more of this stuff. Oh my god, how do I unghost this? This is annoying. I'm just going to vent the oxygen for now. And delete it. Oh god, and that just filled up immediately. That filled up instantly, okay. It's making us tree seeds. How many tree seeds do we have? Probably too many. Can I take this wood? Can we turn it into something? Hang on. We need nitrocellulose, which needs wood. Yes. Okay, we need to do this. Here we go. Cellulose. How much of this are we making? 40. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not too bad. 40, there we go. So 20 makes 40, and then this stuff, you combine this stuff with petroleum gas. Okay. Oh, yeah. You need to combine it with crushed alumina. Yep, so I need another inserter. We need that crushed alumina. Oh wait, that's crushed alumina and not crushed aluminum. Right. Means we need another crusher. Yeah, I'm gonna have to route this, I think. Yep, I'm gonna have to route this around. Let's bring this down and around. And then we grab our crusher, which is over here. This guy's gonna crush the anorthite. Is that how you pronounce it? Anorthite? Anothite? I don't know. We need another inserter there. Then we need to do the hippity hoppity again. We need to filter this instead, however, for the anorthite chunks. There we go. And probably run a turn off here. Enable disable if the anorthite chunks equal to 0. Yep, I think that'll do it. And we're out of power again. God dang it. But we got rocket fuel, so that's good. This is going to be making alumina and anorthite chunks. Plenty of cellulose, so that's good. Crushed alumina. Oh, hang on. So this can... Oh, geez. Wait, this can make 2 different outputs. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. How are we going to manage that? Oh, we need another crusher. Okay. And another tunnel. We need a lot of things. I need a lot of things. Okay, yeah, that's just gonna build. We should probably set up an automated moor for transport belt, shouldn't we? What? Oh, I don't have those? Right, okay. There we go. We need some more steam crushers, which means we need more engine units. Now we have more engine units. Need more storage tanks. And we have more electric furnaces. I could place some more of these down. There we go, that might help. It's been a while since I've done this dance. This new planet dance. Okay, here we go. This should give us inserters. Except he now needs steam. Where do I get steam from? Just here, I think. Yep, that plugs all the way in. Sweet. This needs to crush alumina. And then yet again, we need the hippity-hoppity. Actually, I'll flip this around, put it here. Change the filter to alumina. Yep. And then we should just be able to plug that in. Yeah, there we go. Now we're crushing. And then the crushed alumina comes out. Like that. Yes, we did it. Petroleum gas. And diluted bitumen. Whatever that's for. So now we have petroleum gas. We can mix that with water to make sulfur. Yep, like this. There we go, there's sulfur. And then with sulfur, we can mix that once again with water and iron this time. Make sulfuric acid. This is becoming an extra mess. There we go, sulfur goes in there. I need more iron. And I somehow now got to get this iron over. This is going to get ridiculous. Spaghetti! And that needs to somehow enter here. I think we can just scream because I don't have enough belts. There we go, there's enough belts. Oh, we got some extra crushed alumina back. Okay, we need to hippity hoppy that. Hop there. Hippity hoppity that. Oh, we just do that, yeah. Go to this for crushed alumina. That needs to loop back around. Hold. Enable disable if crushed alumina is equal to 0. There we go. That's a loop. And now we are getting sulfuric acid. Reliably. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Heck yeah! How are we feeling, chat? Are we liking this planet? Moon? Surface? It's definitely a lot harder. It looks cold, yeah. It's definitely a lot harder when we don't have access to all of our fun tech. But as soon as I build the rocket, we will. Actually, I should technically be able to just drop stuff down from Boogaloo, but yeah. Where's the Apollo landing site? Not on this planet. This isn't the same lunar, I think. We're making it. We're doing the lunar landing site, Factorio style. No, actually, it looks like the Fulgorans beat us to it. Actually, I don't know why they left this stuff here. It's just like bonus items that I can't use on this planet. Need a rover. I have access to a rover. There is a rover somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Hmm. Here we go, rocket buggy. Instant research. Where is it? Rocket bunny. Buggy. I need electric engine units. Which is why we're trying to do this whole thing. Hang on, we can do that. Need electric circuits. Here we go, we can do this. Carbon. Electronic circuits, engine units. Yeah. What are we missing? We need more electric cables, which means I need more aluminum. Actually, I should move this over here. And we can start smelting this stuff. Yes! Big brain! I'm gonna pull some of these out. I'm still moving way too fast. There we go, that's better. Aluminum plates. Now we can make circuits again. No, I can't. Because for some reason the game doesn't recognize that I can make these. Alrighty. How do we do We need plastic bars and carbon dioxide, and then that turns into microcellular plastic with steam, which then has a very small amount of time that we can turn into something else. So we need to use these. Nope. These need to be... Oh, that's right. Yeah, and the low density structures. Wait, no, hang on, but that doesn't work. Ah, cellulose. That's right. It does work. Yes, okay, so we need to extract the wood out of here. But we only want to extract the wood if... How do you like Maluna? I'm liking it. I'm obviously... Okay, I don't like the part where you have to start off from scratch and it's just a messy spaghetti of this. But as a planet to set up a base on and actually do a whole bunch of operations, I think this planet holds tons of potential, especially with the extra added mods that we have access to. But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential here. And something I'm going to quickly do is jump the petroleum over to somewhere else. There we go. Yeah. Well, welcome, Mikaru. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Welcome everybody who's new as well. I need to run a circuit logic on this. I want to disable this inserter from extracting wood if the number of seeds we have available is less than what we need to keep the cycle going. So if that is greater than, let's do 20, then he's able to move. Okay, there we go. And we can bring this down, bring that down. Somehow we need to then get that around somewhere. But yeah, I'm enjoying Maluna, I think. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I enjoyed Ceres, that's for sure. Oh my god, why are these legendary? Why do I keep making legendary pipes everywhere? Okay, there we go. So transport belt with the wood comes down, needs to enter into here for the cellulose. Enters into there, and then we have an inserter. Yep, there we go. Let's plug all that in. Sweet. Yeah, the only thing that's annoying is making the fluids. Making the petroleum gas. Okay, but eventually wood should start coming out of there. Except we're out of carbon dioxide. Why are we out of carbon dioxide? Because the water's full. Okay, if I empty that... Yeah, okay, there we go. That can start functioning again. Except we're out of power because it's nighttime. Okay, we made a few of those. Am I still carrying rock? Oh yeah, I'm still carrying rocks. Let's crush all that. Yeah, what about you, my crew? Did you enjoy Maluna? Or have you done it? Rate my spaghetti base. I like the idea. Yeah, I think it's neat. This part takes forever. I do have more solar panels I could play with. Hang on, let's try some of these. Can I just shove any solar panels into here as well? Probably. Yeah, we have a lot of space out here that we haven't been using. There we go. Love when it's the first place you have to go before you go to Vulcanus if you're starting with the mod. Yeah, that's right, because they do shuffle around the things, don't they? Vulcanus has to come after the space science. Space science comes after here. Yes. It's very different. Yeah, and then you would get access to space gardening and all this other stuff from the other mods too. Ooh. And projectile damage research, the infinite one. Dang, yeah, that would have been... Yep, that gives you the microplastics. Oh, wait a minute. So you don't even get access to these things. Wait, so how are you supposed to make plastic to get off the planet? Processing units. Wait a minute. Wood. Oh, right, yes, because then we're making petroleum gas and then you turn that straight into... Wait, but then you need coal. Huh? Wait, what? There should be a wood gasification. Yeah, there's this thing here. What does bitumen do? Bitumen. Solid fuel, you can barrel it. You can make crude oil from it. Okay, hang on, that's a good use for water. What a mess. What a mess this is. Yeah, we run that under. This can dilute the bitumen. Wait, what is that done in? Chemical plant. Oh, you need to research the upgraded ones. Okay, hang on. Let's get that. Can I search Maluna? No, not really. Okay. Throw that on the pile. That'll instant research. Now we can do this. No power. Okay, we can fix that. Now that powers... Well, that will power him up. I need more electrical cables. Okay, so that's going to give us crude oil, and then I can turn the crude oil straight into oil. Might do this with a pipe in the way in case I want to expand it. No, wait, this needs to be a refinery. Oh, how do we do a refinery? Wait, where even is it? We need stone bricks, electronic circuits. Okay, hang on. Electronic circuits are easy. Stone bricks. How do we make stone? I think there was a thing with the crushed stone, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, let's reroute this. There we go, there's the crushed stone. So then we need... I'll do it into a chest. We need an inserter. Pulling out of there. And turning this into stone bricks. In a... oh no, in a stone steam furnace. Okay. So we do need to make one of these things. Oh goodness, what is the graphic on that? Steam, I need to grab that, pull them out here. And then I need pipe. And then that comes out and dumps into a chest. Wait. That's very slowly going to make ourselves a refinery. Or what we need for a refinery, rather. What do we do with this stuff again? We can crush that into... We can crush that even further. Okay, hang on. In a crusher, of course. Makes sense. Crusher, crusher, crusher. Where's our crushers? Might just stick it down here because it's right next to it. Crush those. We're not going to get the same product, so we don't need to do the hippity-hoppity loop. And then we get stone and a whole bunch of other things. Uranium is going to be interesting to see. I don't even know what we're going to be able to do with that. Other than power, of course, but that's going to be quite a process, because then we need centrifuges and everything. Okay, here we go. There's everything we need for an oil refinery. Which can then go here. And we can turn that into... I'm just going to do the basic processing, I think. We can turn that straight into petroleum gas. Which then needs to come back into this tank. Somehow. Okay, I think this needs to move. This needs to upgrade. We need those iron gear wheels. Nope. That one, please. This upgrades to a longer one so we can jump a bigger distance, and then the pipe here can join back up to this guy. That's a mess, but it works. Okay. That's kind of a loop setup. We got our electric engine units. I need more engine units. I need more pipes. I can do pipes. Then we'll get some more steel from there. So now we have sulfuric acid. Not a whole lot of it, but we need sulfuric acid to be able to make processing units so we can get off this planet. Oh boy, okay, so I need to make an assembly machine. Means I need steel plates. This is very slow. What can we do with silicon again? Used in electrical data cables, which are used in... Oh, to make a telescope. Okay, we're gonna need that. Yep, so processing units are definitely required. So are circuits, and so are advanced circuits. And what I probably need to do as well is we need another assembly machine. Yep, okay, so I need another assembly machine to turn the aluminum plates into cables. And then from there, now I can probably move this up. From there, we'll have some sort of setup to do electronic circuits. Then with the electronic circuits, we can make the processing units. Then we can build a rocket, we can build a telescope, we can pack up and leave the planet. Yes. We have a plan. And then the next question is, which planet do we do next? Which one would be next? Let me take a look. What do we actually want access to? Crucible. What does Crucible give us? Kilns. Pressure forge. What does a pressure forge do? Crafting speed 4. What can you make? Liquids. With a base productivity of 50%. Oh. Wait. Ah, but the unified chemical plant is the same. Wait. Wait. But with quality, the pressure forge can get more module slots? Wait. That's insane. And then the crafting speed. Holy crap. Wait, that's actually insane. 20 module slots. Wait, I have to see this. Wait, hang on. Where's our lube machine? Okay, if this is our lube machine, why are you out? Okay, that's weird. If we copy this, put it over here, and then if we change this machine out for one of those crazy machines, hang on, where is it? I want to see this. Petrochem, pressure forge, to the max. You're going to make... You can't do lubricant, but you can do basic oil processing. Oh! Wait a sec. There's so many. Okay, and then he needs steam. So we got to give him steam. This needs to be lubricant. Okay, and then we need steam. Cool, you're ready to go. Crude oil. How fast is this going to work? Let me turn the light back on so you guys can see. Crude oil. Oh, his output's probably full. Hang on. It's probably insta-filled up. Wait. Can I use one of these big, huge ducts? How do these things work? Can I... We have these really big pumps, these really big pipes. How do I get fluids into them? Intake. And then there's an exhaust. Okay, so the intake goes in there. Really big pipes for really big jobs. And then we can put this into a really big tank, right? What is a non-return? Forces fluids to flow in a single direction. Right, okay, we want that. And then a really, really, really big tank. Okay, hang on. But this hasn't functioned yet. Products finished 0. Why? Cannot use beacons, but higher quality gives more module slots. Right, so the beacons are not affecting him. Energy to heat up. Wait. Consume steam. Oh, the temperature we need... Wait, what? Let's increase the temperature. Nope. Nope. How does this thing work? Does anybody know how this thing works? Does this thing require something else that I'm missing? Steam comes in, flows through. Input there, output here. Okay, what if we just used a regular pipe? No, okay. Oh, okay, rebuilding him worked. He must have had some fluid stuck in one of these slots. Well, there we go. Productivity plus 18, 10%. So if we take all of these out, that was all the productivity. Okay. So the beacons do not affect him at all, which is upsetting, but okay. But if it's crude oil, then I guess we don't need productivity. So if we max out his speed, which one here is the fastest? 80%, 70%. Oh, hang on, that's got better productivity. Can he accept these? No, okay. Overclock module is 100%. Yep, let's do that. Max those out. So that's producing 21,000 per second. How does that compare to one of these things? Let's change this. I think the output limit is like 18k per arrow. Okay, let's test that. Input here is now going to be that fluid. Petroleum is coming out where? Why are these empty? There we go. Now they're all filled. Let's grab a pipe to ground. And some of these big tanks. So that's producing 5,953. And that's doing 2,442. But this is a lot easier to achieve than this. And is more compact. So if we're looking for space efficiency, yeah, there's your answer. There you go. So that there is as much as we've got here. Actually, we could technically do more here. Hang on. Can this fit the industrial modules? Yes, it can. So that's giving us 3,215% productivity. I think we can actually go higher. Yeah, with these things. Let's upgrade all of these. That's 4,870. So now that's now producing 5,900 petroleum per sec. Wait, no, that's the crafting speed. $157 million petroleum gas per minute versus 1.3. So this is still king. But I'm sure there's other things you could do with a pressure forge. Ah, tungsten carbide. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Whatever this is. Sounds scary. Rails, I don't think we want rails. Foundations would probably be nice. We get productivity out of that. Tungsten carbide. Mineral synthesizer gets 20%. Pressure forge gets 50%. Yeah, okay, so we'd want to do that in the pressure forge. Yeah, so we want the pressure forge. We do want to grab that for Vulcanus. Got it. Okay, now how's all this going? Do we have stuff yet? No, we don't even have electronic circuits. That's annoying. We have trees. I love how the trees are just sitting here on the belt, not dying. Yet you can't place them out here. That's pretty funny. Hang on, no, can you place them? No, you cannot build on Maluna dirt. Will this work? What about the nozzle limitation? Is that really... Yeah, let's clear the pipeline. We're producing... Yeah, let's check fluids. We are producing that many per minute. $640K per minute coming out of that. Yeah, let's clear this. I cut that off. That'll disable this. Leaving just these guys left. Let's fill these up. So this, what did we say it was? Hang on, not that. 157 per minute. Yeah, you're probably right. That limitation is coming into play. What if we use the big duct? Let's grab an exhaust. I just love how big these things are. Will this work? Okay, it appears to be traveling faster. What's the rate now? No. Oh, that's a problem. How do we solve that problem? Oh no. Is there a way we can break through this? The throughput between pipes and machines is still capped. You know, someone's saying machines are limited to 100 fluid per input-output operation. Problem is precisely in the nozzle outlet. They all need to be combined if possible. That's a problem because this thing only outputs one. Oh. So, for example, if we instead had... hang on, let me just copy this. If we instead had a setup here that used... Hang on, are there any other machines that can do this? Pressure forge, unified chemical plant. If we did a unified chemical plant instead... Then we move the crude... Oh, hang on. There we go. And then we grab the crude oil. Pop him in. So that's crafting. But again, he's only got one output. Yeah, okay. And then what about... So by nozzle outlet, do you mean the output here, or do you mean the machine? Well, it's probably this thing here too. Probably all of them. What about if we did the original? No, he's only got one output as well. Dang. building itself. Yeah, okay. That's annoying. So there is actually a limit to this. Oh, that's painful. Well, you learn something new every day. There's no way to solve that, is there? Yeah, I wonder if there's a mod that fixes that. Or if it's actually an engine limitation. That's really annoying. So the maximum possible speed. Yeah, am I producing this stuff anywhere else? Can I cut it off? This is producing petroleum. Yep, this is still functioning. Let's turn this off. I think that's throwing the measurements off. Hang on, where are we? Here we go. Test this at a cryogenic plant with steam and turbine engines. Right, yes, because they have more. Hang on. They have more output ports, don't they? Where's my cryogenic plant? We make steam. Then we discard. So this needs to provide steam, this needs to vent. Then we do speed modules in here. So if we check the fluids. Ah, hang on. I've got something else in here making water. Where is it? Something else around here is making water. Where is it? No, hang on. Let's just start deleting stuff. I don't think I need a lot of this stuff. Water. I think I can control search, right? Nope. I can delete this. We don't need that. I can delete that. We don't need it anymore. I can delete these. Was there water here? No, there's no water there. Where would it be? Oh, this is petroleum too, but that's backed up. That's fine. Wait, why is this still running? Cut these off for now. Okay, sure, let's just pretend that that's it. So if I cut that out, water drops to 765, let's say 7k per minute. Then I put that back in. So we just got to subtract 7k per minute. So there's now 40k per minute. If I copy these again, oh yeah, that definitely. Wow. Okay, how do we... So that means there's actually a cap on how fast you can make these fluid processing machines, and that's not a very high cap at all. If anybody knows a mod that allows to fix that or to uncap it, I would be very happy. I definitely want to try and break that open. Otherwise, yeah, there's no point to do these big crazy setups. I suppose we could save on power this way. Alright, well, in the meantime, we gotta get off this planet. Means I need a lot of electronic circuits. I need an assembly machine. We'll do a tier 2 one, actually. Put him down, and I need him to make... So I need him to turn aluminum into electric cables. We'll do a speedy one, actually. There we go. A fast one in there, and then I need to send that out. Where were we automating? Well, we're automating them here, but they're not very fast, are they? No. Okay, what if we move this inserter up and turn this into a bus? So not a bus, a manifold. Which means I'm going to need a lot more stuff. Yep, and then that comes around. I need more inserters. Need that tunnel as well. Oh, I need a couple tunnels. Okay. And then that comes around with our iron plates. Actually, what I could do is... I can run this around. Let's flip that. And we can do a loader to insert items in here. Yeah, that'll work. And then we have iron plates coming around here. I need a splitter. And then we can do another tunnel. Jump that under. And then we can do an assembly machine. And this is going to make us circuits. And then I need another tunnel to skip this under. There we go. Embrace the spaghetti. And then circuits come out, and something has to happen to them. They need to turn into... Oh, we need plastic. Yep, okay. So the plastic needs to come from... cellulose. Cellulose is not coming because the oxygen keeps getting filled up. Okay, how do we void it again? There's a thing we unlocked, isn't there? Gas vent. Come on. Gas venting. In a chemical plant. Okay, we can do that. Oxygen venting. There we go. We can get rid of that. Finally. Nice. That should keep the loop going, except... Yeah, we got 20 in there. Nice, nice. Wood fits in there, makes cellulose. Cellulose turns into petroleum gas, which turns into sulfur, which turns into sulfuric acid, which turns into processing units. This is a huge product chain, that's for sure. There we go. We have circuit. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, I've been dumping circuits. No. Dang it. Okay. Well, we lost a few, but that's fine. Okay, but we're hardly making this stuff. Oh, this. I got this around the wrong way. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Now I am going to try, I'm going to slightly cheat a little bit and try and speed this up by putting productivity modules in these. Just because we have them. And fluids are a pain in the butt. Eventually that'll give us the fluids we need. Circuits are appearing in here. And turning into electric engine units. So we need 200 electric engine units to be able to make our rocket silo. We also need a lot of concrete. So concrete needs to be done in another assembly machine. There we go. Which needs stone bricks again. Where were we doing stone bricks? Was it one of these, wasn't it? Oh, and I need to turn this back on as well. Here we go, stone brick. Whoa, that's a lot of stone bricks. Awesome, awesome. And we need iron ore. I think I can just grab from here manually. And we get concrete, which I then need to dump into a chest. Sweet. Need some more engines. Let's chuck those in. He's still waiting on plastic. How many he's done 10 products, so he hasn't gotten any new Oh. Oops. Okay. I've been putting seeds under this belt instead of wood. Poop. That's a problem. I need this to go up here instead. And not vent the trees. I need to bring the steam somewhere else. There we go. Steam goes there. Okay, now the wood's coming in. Yeah, that's better. I was wondering why it was taking so long for the steam to end up in places. Cool. Oh no, there's a tree on the belt. Yep, okay, I need to filter this for tree, for wood. There we go, wood happens. Yeah, electronic circuits are in there now. And we got our first processing unit. And I might also just slightly cheat a little bit and put down some of our speed beacons that I should not have on me, but I brought with me anyway. I want to get off this planet. I want to move on to the next one because we have a lot of text that we need to get through. The next one, I'm not sure which planet we should do. But it's probably got to be Crucible. Can I search Discovery? Okay, so we have all these planets here. We can do Kana. Or Pelagus. Or Arig. What does Arig get us access to? Advanced heavy oil cracking. Okay, that's kind of interesting, I think. Sand sifting. Steam venting, all this kind of crazy stuff. Raw diamond production. What the heck? Compression science. Silica processing. Advanced solar panel. Oh my goodness, there's all sorts of stuff. Water harvesting. Okay. Heavy glass. What is heavy glass used in? Particle manipulator. Supported solar panel. 660 kilowatts. 660 kilowatts. Not too impressive. Compression science gives us access to... Well, then we get access to this other planet. Iarion. Well, what is this? Crystalline logistic. Oh, okay, that's the new belts. Automation 4. That's going to be useful. New science packs everywhere. Supercapacitor productivity. Ruby laser turrets. What's a ruby laser turret give us? Oh, that's quite a nice little bump in damage. 710 laser versus 284. Okay, that's huge. We need that. Which needs ruby lasers, which is made from heavy glass, which you get from Arig. Polished quartz and polished rubies are from Iarion. Okay. What else do we get access to from here? Diffraction plant, particle manipulation, zinc piping, axe mining speed. Oh, so we can mine faster. Yes, that would be nice. What does a refraction plant do? What can we make in this? Oh, just a bunch of the gems. Okay. We unlock a lamppost. That's nice. Base facilities 1. Oh, biggest space science pack crafting recipe. That's nice. Beryllium coating. Whatever that does. More durable against asteroids. Sounds expensive to replace though if something goes wrong. And the space manufacturer. Base productivity 50%. Crafting speed 1. Module slot 6. Can craft Promethium science packs. Actually, that's the original recipe. Nice. Yeah, okay, okay. So it looks like Hyarion might be our next destination, which requires Arig. What about this thing? What does this planet do? Whole bunch of rock processing. I don't like that. Oh, the cryochemicals. Galvanization. Galvanized steel. Elevated pipe. Wait, elevated piping. That's cool. I want that. Yeah, how does these things work? Wait, hang on. Oh. Oh, it works like an underground. Wait. Okay, and then how do we bring that down? Oh, it just comes straight down. Oh, that is actually really cool. Hang on, and then we can do the big pipes as well. Oh wait, we have so many pipe options. What are these ones? Zinc pipes. Galvanized piece of piping won't freeze on cold surfaces. Okay, that's cool. That would make Aquilo so much easier to work with. So that's zinc piping, which is gained from Paracelsian. Oh my goodness. Then we get a mechanical plant, electrochemical plant. What does electrochemical plant do? Basically, it does chemicals. Okay. Advanced loaders. They just need that. That's fine. Discovery. Advanced accumulators. Advanced repair device. That could be useful on our ships. Advanced solar panels. How good are these? Oh! 6 megawatts each. That's pretty good. There's a whole bunch of items. And then there's the big gas giant. What does this do? Electromechanics. Electromechanic facility. What can you make? Not a whole lot. But you can build the quantum computers and the quantum stabilizers, so you are going to be useful. You can do tool belt equipment and things. Vehicles, yeah, okay. Then we got the stationary platform, whatever that means. Steam recycler. Ah, yes. That's the path we need. So to unlock this, we need the thermodynamic science pack, which comes from... How do we make that? Ice and solar field. That's easy. We can do that on Aquilo, except we can't get to Aquilo. So to get back to Aquilo, we need these science packs. Cryochemical needs to come from this planet. Galvanization also comes from the same planet. And refraction science comes from Arig and Crucible. So then we can get Hyarion. Okay. So visualizing that on the map. Arig has to come first. Crucible then comes next. Then Hyarion. And then we can go to Paracelsin. I don't know if I'm butchering these names or not. And then from there, we can get to Aquilo. And then from Aquilo, we can get to the gas giant. And then we have all of the machines that we possibly need to be able to go back to Fulgora, except we won't go to Fulgora. Then we'll have everything we need to go to Hexalith, because that had the uranium and the scrap. And we can build our scrap cycling there. Yes, I think that's the path. Oh my goodness, so if I'm going to need to build a to-do list. Edit groups. This is going to be tech path. And I need a symbol for this. What's a good symbol? Sure, we'll do the cool glowy science pack. Icon, cool glowy science pack. Save. Okay, now this thing, we need to add our tasks. So we need to go to Arig. If I can get a picture of it. Arig. That comes first. Then we need to go to the other planet, wherever it is. Crucible. Then we need to get to Hyarion. Yarion? I don't know. Actually, I should add the icons for the science packs that they're responsible for as well. We need refraction science from there. Actually, it's polishing as well, isn't it? Polishing and refraction. Arig gives us the sandy one. Compression. That comes from there, yep. And then high pressure comes from Crucible. Refraction comes from Hyarion, and so does polishing. Yep. Crucible is high pressure. Ah, and I also need to add Maluna to the list. This one is going to give us a particular science pack as well. The exploration science pack. Which we're almost there to, and then we need, after Hyarion, is the Paracel, right? Paracelsin. And this guy gives us cryochemical. Oops. Cryochemical and galvanization. Before finally the big planet, Secretus. And does he... Yeah, what does this guy give us? Decomposition. Oh my god, what the heck is all this? Okay, I don't think we need any of that. Biodiesel. Landfill productivity could be cool. Titanium barrels. Stacked twice as well as steel barrels. Okay. Engine unit casting. Holy, I've wanted that for ages. And then engine units are used in a whole bunch of things, right? Trains. Cars. Tanks, yeah, we need those for storage. Okay, but that can come later. We don't exactly need that. Decomposition science pack can come last. Carnan science pack. What do we use this for? Materialize. Okay, this is alien tech. That comes much later. Kretos is the one that just gives us access to the advanced recycling. We need a thermodynamic science pack, which comes from Aquilo. Okay, so we need to return to Aquilo. Wait. How do I... Okay, hang on. Aquilo. Aquilo gives us orogenic science as well as thermodynamic science. If I select him, can I move him up? Oh, control click. Okay, yep, nice. I was gonna say, there has to be a way. Okay, where's that other planet? Where's the tropical one? Pelagos. Pelagos. There we go. And then he's going to be the decomposition science pack. He comes last. Maybe not quite last. There's one more planet. Which is Kana. And Kana gives us this glowy science pack. As well as some other cool tech that I do want to get my hands on, but that'll come later. Hexalith. This is the big content plan, by the way, for those who are just tuning in. I'm figuring out the order of planets that I'm going to have to go visit and set up production lines on. So this is Hexalith. This is just going to be our scrap ultimate recycling thing. Where is it? There's scrap. There's scrap recycling. Ultimate quality. There we go. So that's going to be very important. The Kretos is important because he gives access to some more science packs, but also he gives access to the salvager, which is what we're really trying to get. Salvagers. Okay, and what else do we get from this planet? Oh boy, a whole bunch of science packs. Spacecraft science pack gives us to some more modules, which I don't think are as good as what we have. Actually, no, I can modify that. Platform integrated generator. Well, I don't know what that does. Spaceships, that sounds scary. Manufactory sounds cool, but spaceship scrap recycling productivity sounds cool. Oh yeah, the plasma industries, fusion fuel, all this kind of stuff. I do need that. Okay, so that's spacecraft. What else do we have? The golden science pack. What did we use this for? Gold heat pipes. Transport belt capacity 3. Ooh, wait, we can push the stack sizes on transport belts by 1 more. That's huge. We need that. Shinessa, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Hyper inserter. Okay, that's kind of neat. Robot cargo size. That's important. Okay, what else do we get? Insulation science packs. Ah, and then that unlocks productivity for all of the science packs. That's okay, that's pretty cool. Flying robot frame productivity, yes, we need that. We absolutely need that. And then the extra transport belt, space telescopes, deep space platform alignment. Enable the ability for platforms to exchange items at space locations that do not have an orbit. Is that how we can rescue our ships out there? Doing okay, tired though, about to sleep. I go to the factory. It's going alright. I'm currently just figuring out the whole path that we need to take to be able to get the whole empire across the star system to work. We have all these extra planets here to get through. We discovered at the start of the stream that Hexalith is basically is basically Narvis but Fulgora. So it's got the terrain generation of Narvis. It is absolutely littered in biters and stuff. But it does have scrap, and a lot of scrap, so it's going to be the easier planet to do scrap recycling on. But to do scrap recycling, I discovered instead of using a recycler, which has 4 module slots and a crafting speed of 0.5, we could upgrade to a steam recycler, which has a crafting speed of 1.3 and 5 module slots, or the salvager, which has a crafting speed of 1, 5 module slots, but 10% base quality, which is really good. Whoa, 50 stream streak, that's insane. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Oh, but yeah, so that's a salvager. So I kind of want to get my hands on that because that would be much better at giving us quality. 10% base is cool. Heck yeah. And then we got the module slot. So I could grab one of these and I can plop them down, max it out. And you can put the quality modules in here too. So I could say we grab these, fill that up. And now we have a quality of plus 92.5%, although... What is this doing? Hang on, can we get better quality out of this? No, surely not. No, it's 66%. So we were at 66% as the maximum we possibly could do, but this gets us to 92.5%. And I might even be able to upgrade that. Yeah, I might tweak the recipe, or I might tweak the mod that adds these quality module 4s. To make it a quality module 5 and make it even better. Yeah, I might do that. Just for some extra craziness. Yeah, and then that can do 20% productivity. That can do 80% energy consumption. That could do 100%. That can be 150. Yeah, I can do some modifications to make it a bit more wild. We discovered earlier that these machines that output fluids, input and output, there's a maximum transfer rate for the ports. And that devastated me because it means our crazy little setup here can't actually function as fast as we need. They can only transfer like a set amount of fluids. Sadly, I'm a snooze though, just got out of VR because I need to snooze. That's all good. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's a little bit upsetting about the fluids. Yeah, counter something like that with cryoplants. If there's a mod out there that fixes it, I'd be very, very happy to install that. Yeah, look at this cool stuff. Look at these cool pipes and things. Whoa. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, I've just been spending today on Maluna, which is the moon of Narvis. And I've been kind of enjoying it. Eager to get off though, because there's a lot of other things I want to get doing. Don't have many of these. Do we have plastic? No, we wouldn't have plastic. Why would we have plastic? We have petroleum gas. I need to turn the cellulose into plastic. Which means I need a tunnel. which means I need gears. No, don't vent them. Don't vent them. There we go. There we go. Okay. I keep forgetting about the fact that dropping stuff onto the surface of this moon vents items into nothing. Where's the plastic done in? Chemical plant. Okay. Oh, I need steel. There we go, there's steel. Then we grab an inserter. Oh, I need an inserter. It's going to grab the cellulose, and that's going to turn it into plastic along with petroleum gas, which I do not have any in storage for. Yeah, and that's going to make us plastic. I'm going to chuck productivity on that. And then a chest. Oh! Yes, Duck. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Been a little while. That's eventually, very slowly going to be getting us petroleum gas. How's this been going? Oh, we almost got the concrete we need. It's very good to see. Chuck that in there. Chuck that in there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes, plastic. Doing all right? How's the extra planets treating you? I didn't enjoy Ceres. Ceres, I think, was... Okay, I can't see because I didn't put a radar on it, but... And Ceres literally just died because I looked at it. Nice. Ceres, I did not enjoy very much, but I am enjoying Luna. It's pretty straightforward, if not a little spaghettified at the moment, only because I don't have access to good tech until I can drop things down. I'm just trying to stick to the intended progression for the time being. I have so many more planets ready to go. We've got Erig, Iarion, I don't know how to pronounce that, Crucible, Pelagos, Kana, Paracelsin, Frazetta, Secretus. Actually, Frazetta, how do we unlock that? What is actually on that planet? I have no idea. Auric asteroids? Gold? There's gold. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I need to mark down the technologies. Secretus, spacecraft, golden, and insulation. So this is spacecraft, golden. Oh, no, hang on. That needs to go on that side. Golden and insulation. There we go. Big projects. Oh my ducks, I didn't realize there were that many planets. I thought it was like 5 extra or something. I may have added a few more since the last time you checked. Since the last time everyone tuned in. Just because I thought they had all sorts of extra cool little things. Like, one of the things I'm really excited about, productivity. The Holmium productivity is going to be cool from Ceres. The fruit processing productivity is going to be really cool. Thruster fuel productivity from Maluna is going to be kind of neat. Science pack productivities are going to be really nice. But then we have things like supercapacitor productivity. Oh, that is going to be so nice. Simulating unit productivity, we might be able to cheese something out of. Thruster prod, yep. Thruster prod is awesome. Landfill productivity. Fish productivity. That's going to be useful. We have an extra tier of productivity module. Stone brick productivity. Concrete productivity. Oh, this needs to be base game. Flying robot frame productivity. I absolutely need this. Landfill prod, that's funny. Yeah. I absolutely need flying robot frame productivity. And we also have cultivation productivity as well, where we can get more cultivation out of the bacteria. So that could be interesting. What does the flying robot prod get you? Flying robot prod. Basically, you can make more flying robot. Does it give anything else? No, I don't think so. I think it's quite literally just... I wonder if it gives you more percentage out of scrap recycling. Or spaceship scrap recycling. But yeah, I absolutely would need this because the setups I have on Navis to make these things are just... Oh, they're massive. They're not very good. It's a real pain to do. Wait, what? A calciner? Calciner? Can turn fish into calcite? Wait a minute, we could breed the fish into calcite. Wait. That's actually awesome. Infinite calcite without the need for space. I quite like that. Where is that gained from? Coconuts? What the heck? We got tropical planets out here. That's actually really cool. Fermentation bacteria. We can make beer. Coconut oil, methane. Fish have a purpose. They do. We can finally integrate them properly. Corrosive firearm magazine. What the? There's so much cool stuff that I've added to this game. Yeah, I can't wait to get through all of it. But yeah, until then, we have a lot of things to get our hands on. But yeah, the extra productivity is absolutely going to be so nice. Hang on, what is this? Water recycling productivity. I wonder if that goes for infinity. That'd be pretty crazy. And then there's things like core mining. You can core mine and get stuff. Mineral slurry, refined minerals. Yeah, and then you can just kind of make things. Things with words that I don't understand. But yeah, there's so much cool stuff in here. And it all starts from this trip here. So I need to still get off this planet. I need processing units. We got plastics in here. It is dark. I need more power. I don't have solar panels. Hang on. Are there any hiding around here? No, it doesn't look like it. Dang it. Okay. I can make 2 advanced circuits. Yay! Which is enough to make 1 processing unit. Yay! It's such a slow process. Ooh, yep. Power is a problem. Power is a very big problem. We definitely need more solar panels. Which one of these is cheaper? They're not exactly cheap either way, are they? I could just make copper by crushing the rocks. Anyway, let's keep going. We have more circuits. More processing units. We need more plastic. Oh, that's a nice amount of plastic. Decent amount of cellulose as well. How's the wood going? Wood's going, but it's very slow. Can I speed that up any? Probably not without more power. Holy crap, what the heck? Okay, I have a question for you all. For everyone in chat who likes to hop between streamers, does anybody know what happened to the Factorio directory recently? Because I've noticed a dramatic drop in viewership count across the whole category. And I'm curious because it's like it used to be like 100 to 200 viewers across the board, at least around the time that I'm on. But looking at it at the moment, it's dropped below 60. And it's been doing that for the past 2 weeks now. Yeah, and I'm also not seeing the regular names that I normally see. Yeah, what the heck happened? I don't understand. There's another game come out? Was it Easter? Has the factory finally grown and people have moved on? I don't know what's happened. I'm really curious. It's like, it seems crazy that that many people, like that many viewers have dropped. Just across the board. Okay, how are we looking here? We have 100 electric engine units. We're halfway there. Steel is a problem. Problem that we need to solve. Can we get any more of these? Yes, we can. There we go, we can speed that up a little bit. I wonder, do I need to speed this up? Activity in that. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that might have helped. We got the rocket fuel. I might pick that up just so I can keep working while we're... Actually, I should make a chest. Should always be making chests. Buffer things in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, power's a problem. We need to solve the power problem. Okay, solar panels. How do I make more of you? Aluminum plates. I think I know where to get those. Oh, man, that's a lot. Okay, yeah, we can crush that. We can crush that. I had some ideas as well for a ship that I want to try and build as well. There's some interesting technologies that we can take advantage of with ships. The heck is this? A doped fuel rocket part? What? uh, okay. Um, so from Maluna, we get access to the Low Density Space Platform Foundation, which is twice as durable and can be sent up at twice the capacity, which is nice. I don't think they're lighter. It says they're half as dense. Maybe they actually are. It'd be interesting to see if they're actually half the weight, because if they are, then we can make ships go even faster by building them out of these things. I want to investigate that. Then there's things like the satellite radar, which we also get from Maluna. That's going to be crazy because then we can actually scan planets from orbit. So I want to equip that on a ship. We also got these solar array wings, which look awesome. There's the fusion thrusters, which I want to get back to using. And then we also have access to the, or we don't have access to them yet. We need to get the, we need to get a crap ton of science packs, holy. But these things, the Asteroid Collector Mark IIs would be absolutely awesome to have. Because then look at this. We get storage size 228. Collection arm storage size. So the arms themselves could hold onto 22 rocks each at ultimate. The collection area is 55 by 55 at ultimate. Like if we take a look at the standard one, 45 by 45. Okay, that's actually not so bad. Our current ones are at legendary, which is 25 by 25. So we double, more than double the size. Spaceship hulls would be really nice. 450. But they need carbon fiber, so we need to be sparing with that probably. Storage bays are going to be insane. 275 storage capacity at ultimate quality. That's insane. What else do we have? Oh yeah, collection arm count. 32 collection arms for the Asteroid Collector Mark II at ultimate quality. That's insane. So I definitely want to try and get access to some of this tech and see what we can do with our ships if we can upgrade them. These things. Where do these rocks show up? What the? Where do these rocks show up? They apparently don't appear anywhere. A little bit scary. Is there anything else that's cool that we can build with? Crucible high altitude orbit. Oh, that sounds scary. The intense gravity of Crucible will make returning from the planet to this high altitude orbit difficult. Return may even be impossible without harnessing Crucible's resources. Right. Oh, there's lava on that planet. Fun. We have so much to look forward to. Yay. Okay, I can chuck some of these into here. Should be able to make... No, I need assembly machines. I need iron plates. Should be able to make some assembly machines. And I can tell these assembly machines to make advanced circuits. And then we can just feed the plastic straight in. Oh, we need electrical cables as well. Ah, okay, that's an issue. Sure. I'm gonna need more of those cables. Can I crush more of these? Hang on. Are we done with the engines yet? No, we're still not. Oh, we actually have a lot of cables on us. That's convenient. Yes! Yes, circuits! Circuits, come on! How many do we have? We have 17 out of 200. We're almost 10% of the way. Then we're gonna need a crap ton of iron. Yep, that's a lot of iron. That's a nice amount of iron. Probably do a couple more of these things. Where am I gonna fit more? Oh man, I need more poles. More solar panels. More power. We need everything. Just become solar panel spaghetti. Holy crap. Viewership on Factorio has gone down to 40. What's happened? It's terrible. I've never seen it this bad. This is insane. Like, okay, I guess. Huzzah! I guess I'm top streamer in the category. No, this is really sad. Like, this is not something to be boastful about. This is stupid. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't know. If anybody knows the answer, if there's some like event going on, or if there's just holidays happening because of Easter, or if it's like the game's fallen off or something, do let me know. I'm genuinely curious as to what happened. This is nuts. What's also nuts is the fact that there are chunks on this belt that should not be on this belt. Why are you on this belt? Because you have not been filtered. That's why. Okay, well that's going to be a fun surprise. Oh, that's also a fun surprise. I've ended up with the wrong rocks in here for some reason. Alright, that's better. There we go, there's our 1,000 concrete. So now we can build what it takes for the rocket. Oh, hang on. Cargo landing pad's probably important to put in here somewhere. Yep, alright, let's make one of those. Can we do a wood chest up here? Oh, you can. Not that that would be healthy for the wood, but you can do it. Okay, we need circuits. That's fine. I have circuits. And I'm finally out of iron ore. How's the steel looking? It's coming along. Wow, this thing is slow. Okay, I definitely need to upgrade this thing. Which means I need circuits. Oh. And maybe just a little tap of speed. Alright, so he's gonna keep building. Concrete's still coming through. We have a few more advanced circuits, nice. But no more plastic because no more crude oil. No more crude oil because no more cellulose. No more cellulose because no more wood. No more wood because it's just very abysmally slow. No more wood because no more carbon dioxide because the water's full. Right. So many steps. And the ice is also struggling. I need to upgrade that to fast inserters. Okay, hang on. Can we build... Can these things be affected? Oh, hang on, there's a crusher too. Wait, there's a tier 2 crusher. How do we get that? Crafting speed 1.5. Module slots 4. Okay, if I ever get lazy and I decide to build yet another space casino, these things are going to be awesome. Absolutely awesome. Okay. Steam crusher, regular crusher's 1. This is 1.5. Can these things be affected by beacons? I assume I have to plug him in with Steam. Can he be affected by beacons? Can you? Yes, he can. Okay, that's pretty sweet. Yeah, we're still struggling for power. Okay, I think what needs to happen next, let's move some of these solar panels. I think it's about time we tried investing in the silicon production chains. I need engine units. And all my engine units just went into... Okay, there we go. Let's grab one of those. Yeah, this power is a real problem. Darn. Okay, here we go, here we go. Power's coming back up. So this needs to make silicon ore. What else can silicon be used for? Just the telescope and the satellite radar, really. We can do silicon carbide, but that's just used in making the electrical data cables, which are only used in making the telescopes. Telescopes have modules. Okay, I have no idea how. Okay, and by the end of the stream, I want to have made a telescope. That's my goal. Let's build telescopes. So I need those special rocks. Which are these things which are coming all the way around. Okay, I need to probably relocate this. Pipes. Pipe. Nice, there we go. And I can just insert that straight in. Yeah, there we go. Let's get a speedy boy in here. I'm gonna need a couple of these furnaces. One is going to be doing alumina. Let's get some coverage in here. Alumina goes in there, which then needs to hop back into this chest. Maybe. We could probably just deposit it in another chest. Then we need to turn silicon ore into the other stuff. There we go. That place is there. Come on, come on, come on. Auto saves. I might have to turn down the frequency. They're starting to get annoying. There we go. Silicon ore. Oh, crap. Actually, I might need a couple of long arm inserters. There we go. I think I just lost one. Dang it. There's silicon cells. Silicon cells. Oh, hang on. We also need to be making the other thing too, don't we? Silicon carbide, which needs sulfuric acid. That one's going to have to be a manual process, I think. Unless... No, hang on. We can do this. We can do this. We filter this guy out for the silicon. Oh, God. Why do I have one underground belt? Where did the other one go? no, this needs to be the silicon ore. There we go. Let's craft one of those. Silicon ore goes into there. I need more electrical cables. And then we need to get carbon. Might be a manual process for now. Oh, we got a uranium. Heck yeah. Got some more advanced circuits as well, so we can make more processing units. How many does that get us? 91. We're getting there. More circuits go in there. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so this is going to be a setup for some more cables. We got more ores coming out through there. Carbon. Do I try and spaghetti the carbon? Yeah. Let's try and spaghetti the carbon. Okay, where do we bring it in from here? Will one of these... Yes, 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 we can do that. We can do that. Nice. Then the carbon just joins up here. Mmm, spaghetti. Yeah. Mmm, spataghi. My favorite. Okay, there we go. Ah, we're definitely low on power still. That's okay, that's okay. Silicon cells, we have a bunch. Circuits, we have a bunch. Now I'm hungry, damn it. Yeah, I could go with some good spaghetti right about now. Except I need a couple more inserters, but there we go, there we go. And then this needs to go in a chest. Yep, there we go. Now slowly coming back, very slowly. Yeah, okay, this is working. Yes, there we go. That's going to be making the silicon carbide that we'll eventually need for the electrical data cables, which we're eventually going to need for the telescopes, which we need for the exploration science. It never ends. So telescopes, silicon cells, yeah, we have all that. Nice. That's going to be crafting. This guy has finally crafted. Nice. Which means all we're waiting for now is the final few ingredients. There we go. There's the concrete. Steel's coming down. Eventually. How do we make these things? Silicon carbide. We need 10 of them for a telescope. Means we only need 10 of these things. Ooh. But now I'm out of silicon ore. Hang on. We got plenty of silicon ore. I know I'm running low on power and then I'm just shoving more power-hungry machines into this build. I shouldn't really be, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, they're now coming down. And a nice bit of electrical cable in here. Power! Exactly. Get that power in me. See if we can build a little bit of a power grid here. Okay, we got max electricity. What I might do is I have actually brought a certain something with me. One of these big chonkers. Let's see if we can charge him and solve our power crisis at nighttime. Yeah, we got more of these. Yes, yes we do. Means we have more blue circuits, which means we're closer to getting the rocket silo. And we really are just waiting on this thing. Just curious, do solar panels contribute to pollution? No, they do not. If we check the stats here, there's no pollution stat on them. In fact, pollution's not even a thing here. But yeah, they don't produce any pollution. They do, however, produce electromagnetic waves. And that is a new mechanic that you get on planet Pelagos, I think. It's either Pelagos or Arid, but electromagnetic waves are like another version of pollution that you have to manage on other planets. But for all intents and purposes on Narvis and probably Hexalith, no, they do not produce pollution, which makes them a nice and clean energy source. The only problem is they don't produce a lot of power for the amount of space they consume. Which is a bit unfortunate. We do have access to some upgraded solar panels though. If I check here, there's the advanced solar panel. Okay, so the standard one does 60 kilowatts or 330 at ultimate. You can aggro critters with EMI, yep. We got advanced solar panels, which is double that, so 660 kilowatts at best quality. The solar matrix is pretty cool, but has to be done on Paracelsin. Yeah, we got some extra things. They do 1.2 megawatts or up to 6.6 megawatts each, which is cool. This thing here then does a whopping amount, which is 19.8. I might adjust the recipe here to make, because this is from a different mod. I might adjust the recipe to make them rely on something else. Yeah, maybe they need to rely on the solar matrix here instead of the solar panels. Yeah, we can do that. Then we have these things here, which are not great as well. Yeah, these are the ones you want to go for. They give you as much power as a nuclear power plant will. Actually, no, 2 of them will. And how big are they? Oh, but they're huge. They're massive. So you could get a nice big solar farm. But, yeah. Absolutely massive. Okay, this thing is nice and charged. Yep, that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Are they more cost efficient? No. They are... Solar panels are still some of the worst power sources in the game. Oh, hang on. We actually got a solar wall in here as well. Doesn't say how much power they generate, but that's a thing we can do as well. But for the amount of space, like if we check it out in our Blueprint sandbox, this is significantly worse than... Well, actually, these are kind of cool. So that's 60 times 4. That's 240 kilowatts. This is 1.2 megawatts times 4. So that's 4.8 megawatts. This here is 3.6 megawatts. So proportionately, it's about the same. But then when you compare that to a reactor setup, what's a simple one we can do? When you compare it to a simple reactor setup like this, I need a cryogenic plant to cool the fluoroketone. Yep, and then this comes back around. Actually, we could probably squeeze this in here. That's probably one of the most compact designs you could possibly do for a reactor setup. Considering that this is the same size as this, right? Considering that this is the exact same size, and if we do a rate calculator here, no, we can't. Okay, if we do the math, 3.6 megawatts plus 120, 180, 0.18 megawatts plus 1.2 times 3, 3.6. You get 7.38 megawatts out of this block versus this, which gives you 200 megawatts. Yeah, so for the space, cost efficient, no, because you also need a lot of expensive parts from other planets. Galvanized steel, nitrogen, electric coils, zinc. Even the vanilla solar panels is like, yeah, okay, it's dirt cheap, but the amount of space you'd require to do 200 megawatts that you would need at base quality. 0.06 divided by 200. No, hang on. 200 divided by 0.06. You would need 3,333, no, 3,334 solar panels of the base tier to make the same amount of power as this. The only difference is you'd have to supply the fuel cells, but you know, if you're needing that much power, you're probably at a point where you can generate that much power anyway. Yeah, that's power. Even a max tier reactor, 550 megawatts times 2, so that's 1.1 gigawatts for this setup. And you could go another step. You could do a mixed oxide reactor, which would give you 880 megawatts of power. Slightly bigger, but then you could also get a whole bunch of these things. Hang on, where are they? These things. These little fun turbine things. And they output some sort of cold fluid, and you need some way to heat the steam. So yeah, what is a good way to make steam? Steam. No, that's calcite synthesis. Steam. How do you make steam? Generated by heat exchangers. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You could do a maximum tier heat exchanger, which is 567 per second. What about this thing? How much does it consume? Almost that. So you could do a little bit of balancing and do some max tier of these. So you could do a setup like that. Actually, this would need to move across. So that there is a little bit bigger, but if you did two of them, then you're increasing the size slightly. And this gives you considerably less. Okay, that's interesting. Right. Well, that's embarrassing. Okay, well, in that case, what would you use a mixed oxide nuclear reactor for? They generate a constant 880 megawatts. But what can use that heat? That's crazy because it just feels like this would be the next logical step. Because it looks so cool. And then you'd build four of these and then you'd have your layout on the other side like that. Okay, obviously you'd need a lot more of these. If one of these is producing, if we get a 200% neighbor bonus, 880 becomes... Oh, actually it's times 880, it's times 3, isn't it? 2,640. I can test that. Yep, 2.64 gigawatts of power versus this setup here, but that's a ridiculous amount of stuff you'd have to provide. Oh, how much, can we get a better heat exchanger? Is there like a Mark II heat exchanger? High capacity turbine and exchanger. There might be a mod that does this. Not up to date though. I'll have a play around. I'll have a look, but yeah, the idea is that we would use a setup like this to be like the next step above fusion, because these just look so cool and they have a bit more of a convoluted process to be able to manufacture them. Anyway, that's the idea. Back to here. How are we going? We've got a few more circuits. We still need 70. Actually, we need 69. More circuits. We can chuck that in here. We got more of those circuits. Chuck that in. We're out of plastic. We're out of plastic because we're out of petroleum, because we're out of wood. Why are we out of wood? Oh, because the trees are full. Wait, we've got trees. Why are you not crushing? Huh. Okay, well that's interesting. Nope. I need to filter this to have trees. And then he's going to pick up trees and deposit them on here. I need to circuit rig this. No, hang on, wait. Why am I mind blanking? I just have way too many trees on here. He's trying to deposit trees. I guess maybe that's going to empty out. We'll find out eventually. Okay, there's another 30 circuits. Still need our electric engines, which need circuits. Chuck that in. How are we going over here? Oh, that's a lot. Okay. Electrical cables. Telescopes. Yes, we can make telescopes. No idea what we do with these, but... Oh, they've got a cool graphic. That's kind of cool. What the heck do we do with these? Yeah, I might get fancy and use the big substations. Just so we have a nice clear view of them. Whoa! And then he makes data... Wait. What? He makes data which is a fluid. Wait, no it's not. No, it's not. That's not connecting. Wait, hang on, what is... Oh, is that what these are? Oh! Is that right? Yeah, they've got astronomical data in them. Okay, so let's... I don't know what to do with that. That needs to be an assembly machine, I guess. Which means I need to make another assembly machine, which means I need circuits. Oh. Wait, what? We need to make data tapes. Oh, okay. Well, how do we do that? We need lubricant. No, we need lube. The lube strikes again. What the heck? How do you... Okay, how do we make lube up here? We need heavy oil. Alternate recipes. Residual, nope. Lubricant synth, nope. Biolubricant, nope. Coconut oil, nope. Nitric acid, nope. Lube barrel, nope. Titanium lube barrel, nope. Okay, so it has to be the amazing wonders of lube. Oh my goodness. So it has to be the heavy oil. How do we make heavy oil up here? Oh, it's gonna have to be from the oil, isn't it? Okay, if we change this recipe out so that we now require crude oil and water. And then I gotta somehow get water across. Okay, there's water. Then we've got heavy oil. Then I need another chemical plant to turn this into lube. Aha! Not sure what I'm gonna do with the light oil. Might just crack the light oil. Yeah, that's probably the easiest thing to do. Crack the light oil back into petroleum because that's going to be useful. And we're out of power. Okay, so we still need more solar panels. We'll need a ridiculous amount of solar panels. What am I low on circuits? And then the petroleum comes around. We need more water. Yep, there we go. Yes, work. Give us that lube. Can't believe I'm saying this in a factory game. Okay, there we go. Yes, lubricant. Then we plug this in and plug that in. Okay, this is sweet. This is sweet. Here we go. Plastic bars. Do we have any? We don't have any spares. That's annoying. We're still low on the processing units. Still probably because I spent them on the telescopes. That would make sense. Yeah, that should be enough advanced circuits, so then we can repurpose these. Can't use productivity modules in there. Okay, got it. Petroleum gas we're still waiting on. Light oil, we're still waiting on crude oil. Actually, I had a lot of plastic on me. Holy. Here we go, data tapes. So now what do we do with data tapes? We use them in another assembly machine along with the astronomical data to make data tape with astronomical data. Okay, whatever that means. Words are coming out of my mouth and I don't even know what they mean. But I guess you're supposed to be making... Oh, hang on, no. Oh, they have to come out of the higher grade assembly machines. Oh, no. That's a problem because I need speed modules, and speed modules require advanced circuits. Yeah, we can make one of these machines. Just one. We're gonna need more power. Oh my goodness, 20 megawatt. We seriously need 20 megawatts. That is genuinely ridiculous. We got stone bricks, I can just chuck into here. Almost there. Come on, come on, come on, craft faster. Yeah, what's everyone think of this planet? I think it's pretty cool. I think especially once we get access to our, once we can get access again to our legendary, what do you call it? Legendary gear, our legendary drills and all that kind of stuff, the turbo belts and everything. Then we can come out here and I can probably set up some proper mines and things out on these big chunks. And we can build some proper production on this moon. I think that'd be pretty fun. It's funny how when I move, I just automatically enter fly mode. I wonder if that's because of this mod. Because of this planet. That's kind of neat. Okay, chuck that down. Okay, so do we just put astronomical data on that? Hang on, what am I... How do you make the science packs? Okay, so you need rocket fuel, steam crushers, and low-density space platform foundations. Aluminum plates. Microcellular plastic bars. Space platform foundations. I wonder... Okay, chat. Should we try and ship all these ingredients up from Narvis to the moon? Or do we ship the aluminum plates? Hang on, wait. How do we do the microcellular plastic? Diffused plastic bar with carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is made from... Used in... Hang on, how do we make it? Heating. In a vacuum heating tower. Okay, hang on, I'm getting some ideas. So we do advanced water boiling from atmosphere. Can we do that? We can do that on Narvis. It makes us carbon dioxide and steam. But it's cold steam, so it's not very useful. We can just get rid of that steam. We get the carbon dioxide and the water and the atmosphere. Combine the carbon dioxide with plastic on Narvis. So all of this can happen on Narvis. Then we get the diffused plastic that then straight has to go into another machine. To make... Okay, that's where the steam comes in. So then we make the diffused plastic bars. No, that makes the microcellular plastic bars. And then that goes straight in with the aluminum and low density structures to make space platform foundations. Oh, wait, no, combined with space platform foundations. Okay, yep. I get it. Low density structures. How else do we make this? We've got a plant there. So I could go to Narvis. We could come down here to where the low density structure plant was. And we can add, yeah, we can do a quick little train delivery from here over to here with the aluminum plates. Or actually, not even the aluminum plates. We could just do the alumina? Maybe we just, hang on, you can't stack the rocks, can you? No, you can't stack these. So we crack these up on the moon. We probably crack them into the silicon. Either the silicon or the alumina. You get a lot more alumina out of that, don't you? Yeah, we don't really care about the silicon. No, we do. We do. Hang on. Electrical data cables. Yeah, I can do. No, I don't need that. Okay. Yep. So we crush this up on the moon, then we send down the alumina. Yeah, we have to rocket that up. That's fine. We can do rocket parts. We can ship that with another ship. We can send that up to the ship. Ship picks it up, brings it back to Narvis. Then that comes down to Narvis, gets shipped over to here, where it then gets turned into the... Wait a minute, we can melt it. Oh, we can melt it in a foundry with calcite. Okay, we can do that. So we chuck it in the calcite. Then we get oxygen. You can burn oxygen into... No, hang on, that's supposed to feel... You can burn oxygen into carbon dioxide through one of these. Which one is it? Which one is it? Pretty sure you could. No, hang on, there's a recipe here that we could do it in. Am I tripping? What? I swear I saw it. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm wigging out. Oxygen venting, carbon dioxide venting. That just gets rid of them. No, okay, maybe you can't. Maybe you genuinely can't. You can boil it. Oh wait, no, yeah, you can. You can boil it. You can boil it with water to make carbon dioxide and steam. Oh, here it is. Forced combustion. It's in the vacuum boiler. Right, okay. So forced combustion, you turn it, you put it in the vacuum boiler, it goes wee. Except the vacuum boiler doesn't have modules. So it's not going to be fast. Uh-oh. Okay, what about... Okay, that's a vacuum boiler. That's a vacuum boiler. That's a vacuum boiler. It's got to be done in a heating tower then. Unless we just had a crazy amount of vacuum boilers. I tested in here. Vacuum boiler. That's a biomass reactor. Vacuum boiler. It's the same sprite, only smaller. Okay, hang on. Ah. So if we had a pipe bringing in oxygen, Then we needed fuel. What's a good fuel we can do? Well, this is going to be right next to the spaceport, so we could give it rocket fuel. Where's my rocket fuel? It's in here somewhere. There it is. So if we give them all rocket fuel, they're burning that off. Then we did a big pipe running across there. Ooh, ooh. Then we have our big tank here. How quickly does that fill up? Well, that's pretty good. That's not bad. Yeah. And then we'd use that carbon dioxide to make the diffused plastic bars. And then we use the diffused plastic bars to make the microcellular plastic. Which then goes into the... Yeah, so we ship down... Wait, hang on. How do we make this again? I'm getting lost. Oh yeah, well, that's right. We skimmed. So the chemical plants... Where is it? Where is it? Why am I always getting lost in this menu? Even without all the extra mods, I was getting lost in it. This needs to create oxygen from atmospheres. Except there's no atmospheres here. Hang on, how do you make this again? Why don't we do atmospheres in here again? Atmosphere. It literally is just called atmosphere. Hang on. Oh, yes, of course. I'm stupid. Atmosphere goes straight into making oxygen. Then the oxygen burns in these things. Except we need a lot more of these things. Wonder how many of these things we can supply. Let me get... Hang on. Speed modules. We do our legendary tier 3 speed modules because that's what we have access to. And we level these up to legendary. Again, that's what we have access to. That's emptying. Okay, we need to increase that. Not enough atmospheres are coming through that now. Yeah, we can also do speed modules on him. That's full. We don't need that many. And this is staying nice and filled up. And I believe speed beacons might actually work on this. No. Okay, speed beacons do not work on these. That's fine, that's a decent amount. And then we can just scale that up quite easily. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's just rotate this around. Oops. There we go. What do we think, chat? Does that look good? That's a very nice and scalable design, I think. And then that would come out and we would need to make that plastic. The plastic bar and these things. Which machine is that done in? Chemical plant or cryogenic? Let's do a cryogenic for this. Grab an infinity chest. We'll assume maximum speed that we have access to. This is going to be plastic. And then there's just a crap ton of stuff in here. Oh. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh. Wow. What the heck is going on? Okay, this can't be a loader. This has to be... No, no, hang on. It can be a loader. No, no, it can't be. Hang on. Inserter, inserter, bulk inserter. Then we can do a... we don't need a stack loader. We can do a turbo loader. Then we connect these up. Nope. Nope. Connect these up. Read, hold all belts, and enable disable if plastic is equal to 0. Then he outputs carbon dioxide. God dang it. Well, the carbon dioxide's free actually, so we should just vent it. Which we can do with something we learned from series, which is... something I cannot even find. Hang on. It's a... void? Nope. Fluid? No, why can I not find it? There's a little machine here that's supposed to get rid of all of the fluids for us. What the heck is an oil rig? What does an oil rig do? Massive swimming extraction platform for offshore oil. Oh, Pelagos is an offshore oil planet. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. Geode, there's so many things here. Flare stack. Why would you call it a flare stack? That's what we're after. That's going to vent stuff. Are they cheap to make? Yeah, they're very cheap to make. We can do a legendary. And we can chuck in a legendary speed module. That's going to keep this empty. With which we then need to filter this to just doing the normal plastic, and then the next stuff needs to be come out of here. Use filters. This is going to be the diffused plastic bars. That probably needs to go into a chest. And then we use a loader to extract from the chest. We filter based on just plastic. Link that up. And then we need another machine to then make the microcellular. Okay, yep, this goes in here. Steam. Steam's easy to do, so I'm just going to assume we're going to make it. Okay, there's steam. And then we need a diffused plastic bar. That'll be coming through from here. Microcellular plastic bars do not have a spoil time. That is good. Or do they? Okay, we accidentally just unlocked that. But that's low density space platform foundations. Yes, okay, so this probably needs to be legendary arms so that they can swing and move that stuff faster, because we only have a 7-second spoil time in there. It's ridiculous. Chuck that in there. Go faster, please. Yeah, look at look at it go. Okay, we don't need that much speed, but we just need it a little bit. And some productivity modules, we can definitely expense those. Yep, there we go, sweet. And then from that, they don't spoil, so that's when we're happy. And then we would ship down the aluminum from the moon. And combine that with... Yeah, so that'll all be done over here. Then we ship down the aluminum from the moon, then that gets trained across, and then we add that, we combine that with the low density structures we have sitting dormant here. And that's going to get us our low density, our extra low density structures. Low density space platform foundation. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, this is a process. But before we can do that, we need a rocket. So let's get ourselves a rocket silo. We need some more electric engines, 50, that's pretty good. We need some more circuits, 5, that's terrible. We need a few more of these. Yeah, what's everyone think of that as a plan? Because that way, then we can build a new ship. Not that I think we're going to build one just yet. We still got a few things to do, but I do want to get that set up so that we can come back. The other thing too is oh yes, you need this to be able to make the science packs, which is what we built the telescope for. There's like a plant, yeah. So we need the telescope for that, and then this thing allows us to unlock things such as the Crusher Mark II, definitely going to be useful. A condenser turbine, petrochemistry, automation 4. Okay, hang on. Telescope. Can we put you on Narvis? Would you look at that? We can. So I can take the other telescope that I have. Because I don't... you can't barrel this stuff, but you can put in a data tape and then... How many of those can you... Rocket capacity 200. So 200 times 250 is what? 50,000. You can take 50,000 of this, or I can just build a whole telescope array on Narvis. Yeah, let's just do that. Telescope array on Narvis sounds more fun. Screw this. This is not fun. Alright, give me that steel, give me that steel. Just gonna be making steel now. Yes, engine units are done. Circuits. Oh. Just another 11. Come on. No, we need more circuits. Yes, okay, we have them, we have them. Now just the steel. I might upgrade these. Just to speed this up. We're almost there, chat. Another 200 steel plates so we can get off this rock. Ooh. This has been a long one. But yeah, so I'll have to come back here with all the stuff from Narvis, and then we set up a proper operation and everything. Actually, what I should do, because I have it on me, let's build a teleporter. Yeah! A Luna. That would be helpful indeed. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to use this symbol, the ethanol thruster. That looks kind of cool. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Okay, nice. Give me that steel. Give me that sweet steel. Yes, rocket silo. Yes. Heck yeah. Hey, we get some decent observation data from some of these planets. I wonder what's the driving factor for that. Is it just the distance from the start? No, because Hyarion is not as far as Aquilo, but it was making better data. Yeah, there it is there, 36.6 versus Aquilo, which is 36. It's not as good. Whoa, but then you get 89.3 from the sky observation above Secretus and Kana. Oh, no, not Kana, but yeah, sky, wow. 96 from Frozetta. So Frozetta is supposed to be your astronomical data harvesting place. Okay. Huh, interesting. Well, 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 well. Okay, so what do telescopes need to craft? They need silicon, cell, and just all that stuff. Yeah, I'll have to come back and make stuff through the teleporters. You didn't build the rover. Oh, yes, let's do that real quick. Electric engines. Which need engines. I can grab this. And nope, that's the wrong machine. That's the right machine. Chuck that in there. Chuck our items in here. Chuck some speed on there. Engine units. Is there a flag I can put down? The engineer's flag. Okay, how do we do this? We need some circuits and we need some steel. Let's do this. Where is he? Rocket buggy. We need some fuel. That's fine. I know where we can get fuel. Woo! We have a buggy. Oh. Whoops. I'm putting skid marks on the moon. That's hilarious. Can write a message. Screw you, biters. That's funny. That is hilarious. I don't know what I crashed into. I lost something in there, but oh well. Yeah, we now have a rocket silo. Pop that there. Need to give it some power, some juice. Rocket fuel goes in there, low densities and processing. So we need to make some low density structures. How do we do that up here? Pretty sure there's the alternate recipe with plastic bars and aluminum plates. That's easy to do. Plastic bars. Steel and aluminum plates. Oh wow, you can put 8 modules in these things now. That's crazy. Yeah, well, I'm going to put some productivity modules in that. And maybe even a speed beacon. Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at that build. Yes, we're going home. We're going home, chat. And off I go. Oh, wow. There we go. There's 4 hours of moon stuff for all y'all. And back up we go into Electric Boogaloo. It's been patiently waiting for us. We can head back to Narvis. We're home. That was a quick drop. Okay, now I can drop down. 4 hours of mooning. Here we go. Sweet. So the question now is, where would we put the telescopes? I feel like somewhere in this area around the spaceport is probably the smart place to put it. But yeah, I would need to figure out where to craft all the stuff. One of these train stops is obviously going to be for the aluminium. The aluminum. We're going to establish the whole production chain for the silicon and the aluminum. That's gonna arrive here. Then we're gonna use that to make the oh, actually, hang on, no. Using that to make the low density space platform foundations. And then that can also then be turned into, actually, yeah, that we don't have to do the space. We don't have to do these in, yeah, we can do this on Narvis. That makes 5 of them. Okay, that's pretty good. 10 astronomical data. Yeah, that's actually really good. Steam crushers, we're going to have to build a proper setup for. Rocket fuel has already been done somewhere. Actually, yeah, that's a good question. Where was I doing the rocket fuel? I think we're still relying on the original rocket fuel area here, so we could even upgrade that. Here it is. Yeah, we could definitely upgrade that. Or we could just rely on deliveries. Yeah, we could do that as well. There's still a ton. But we have oil here, so we might as well just do the rocket stuff here. Yep. And how expensive are the crushers? Steel plates, engine units, pipes. I could probably just develop that somewhere else. And do we have access to copper and iron here? Oh, we do. Yeah, we can just build it all here. Yeah, okay, we can do that. That's the plan. And then using that science, we can unlock the satellite radar. I think that would be fun. Just to fuel productivity. Probably don't need it just yet. Base chest. That would be cool. Vacuum heating tower. That would be useful. Crusher Mark II. We definitely need that. Let's chuck that on the pile. Petrochemistry. What do we do with petrochemistry? Carbon liquefaction. No, I don't want that. Iron plates and petroleum gas and steam makes carbon. So you're turning iron into carbon. That's not so bad. Solar fuel back into crude oil. That would be very useful on Folgora. And then obviously the petrochemical facility. Automation 4 would be nice, but we need the high pressure science pack, which we get from Crucible, and we can't get the Crucible until we get to Hyarion. And then there's air scrubbing. What does air scrubbing do? It just takes stuff out of the pollution. Okay, that's not as useful. That's, yeah, we don't really need a whole lot more directly from the science pack, but that science pack will form the backbone for a lot of other things. Oh wait, hang on. Hyarion requires the high pressure science pack. Wait a sec. Oh, so we have to go to Crucible first. Right. Okay, well that's the plan. Crucible comes first. Did I have that in here? Oh, and then there's Arig as well. Okay, chat. Let's do a vote. We have a choice of 2 different planets to travel to. We have Arig. So we have Arig, which is like a desert planet with old ruins and things all over it. Or we have Crucible, which is basically Vulcanus, but more death. Which one do we want to do? Arig. Okay, we'll do Arig first. So I'll unlock the vacuum heating tower, because that's probably going to be... actually, we don't need that. I'll unlock Crusher 2, because that's going to be very useful. Then Automation 4 is also going to be useful. And then... oh, actually, we can't do Automation 4. Yeah, okay, so these are the 2 techs. Crucible, bring newts, bring artillery, bite the pillow because they're going in dry. Yeah, how do we go Crucible? Yeah, what does Crucible give us access to? Night vision equipment, no, don't care. Personal laser defense. Rigger modules. They're kind of useful. Stonebrick productivity is not sure about that. Pressurized offshore pump. Oil processing productivity. How did I miss that? Oh, that's going to be insane for lube production. Someone play Crucible on a YouTube video and it was nuts. Okay. That sounds scary. Well, that sounds like I need an orbital defense, right? Orbital ion cannon. I can put this on the ship. Nuke City of Death it is then. Okay, maybe we do that. Orbital ion cannon to prepare ourselves for Crucible, maybe. Yeah, ion cannon time. Okay, so ion cannon. Destroy an entire area with simultaneous blast. The more ion cannons you launch, the larger areas can be destroyed. Oh my goodness, what is all this? Designate enemy nest. No, okay, so we'll just get that. It's going to be crazy. So then what else does Crucible give us access to? Or it lets us find the other two planets that we need to find. Doped thruster fuel. Not sure what that's going to be. Ablative ammunition. Use metallic hydrogen to stretch the supply of ammunition in space. Gemstone synthesis. Don't know what that's going to do for us. I guess I'll find out when I get there, but we get geode mining drills and things, zinc extraction, these extra plants. Oh yeah, we get these extra things here. And it unlocks the crystalline logistics. Hang on, this comes from... Yeah, okay, it's a stepping stone. It's a stepping stone planet. We really need Crucible to be able to get to Hyarion. Yep, that's it. Oh, which also requires Arig. Okay, so Arig comes after Crucible. Alright, that sounds like a plan. Unfortunately, that's not going to be for today because I am out of time for today. In a decently length stream. So next stream, I think what we do is we pop back on here. We build up the telescopes on Narvis. We build up that little section that we were going to do. And try and get our first exploration science pack done. Then we get the orbital ion cannon. And it's time to start making amendments to Electric Boogaloo up here. You, sir, are going to be getting an upgrade. How about that? An upgrade. Finally, how long has it been? But yeah, you're going to get an upgrade. I'm going to upgrade all of the cargo bays to legendary ones, I think. Or at least the specialized ones. And I'll upgrade the beacons as well, and we'll do some little upgrades like that. And then we'll head over to Crucible after we install the ion cannon. Yeah, that's the plan. Maybe we even start repairing some of this this damage. Yeah, that's the plan. I think we've got this. We're starting to get our foothold in this new star system. And I am getting quite excited by that. Yeah, that's going to be it for today. Thank you all so much for hanging around. If you enjoyed, be sure to check out the Discord server. If you want to check out the VODs, I now have a VODs channel. And this stream will be going up on there at the end of, well, probably a few hours after the stream. Be sure to join the Discord server. We chat over there, we share memes and all that fun stuff. You can check out the proper schedules there. And yeah, until the next stream, which is in 2... Oh, Gleba Biohazard Anomaly Heart. Yes, I don't know what's there, and I don't want to even think about it. Until then, I will see you all on the next stream, which will be in 2 days' time. Yeah, thank you all for sticking around. Catch you then. Bye, everyone.